I kind of wish it was started 2 seconds before that. Like those were the first words to be uttered. That would have been amazing.
Too bad you missed it. You should have been here.
Actually, you know what? Let me just put it out there, but with no explanation whatsoever. I brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of men. That is amazing.
Potentially
It's
a
like
million.
inside, I'm like, I need to explain it, but I'm like, no, the whole point is to not explain it. Doesn't matter what people think. Yeah, now the fact that I just said that and I'm lying in bed somehow makes it worse.
I mean, do you have any sense at all of like the split of um demographic? Is it, I mean, even just like of the industry, like what percentage of people read erotica?
I mean, I feel like it depends because there's erotica versus porn. So it's like there's more of the romantic,
Mm,
sappy type, which would be more attractive to women. And then there's the more hardcore, like graphic version, which would be more attractive to men. Of course, like there's men who enjoy the softer stuff and women who enjoy the harder stuff, but I feel like in general, it's that. It's just I've been
if you
out
had
of
to
it,
guess, probably more than
so I
half.
don't remember exactly like any details. All I
So,
remember is when I got into it, I was like, I read a few just to be like, all right, what's selling?
mhm.
It's just, it was the same experience as when I read 50 Shades of Grey. And I say read because I read literally less than a page because it was so bad. But it's like I read a few and I'm just like, this sucks. So I'm just going to write what I want to write.
Hmm,
And apparently other people wanted to read what I read. So that was good.
it's crazy.
It's like, that's the thing. It's like in the beginning, I was making, well, I don't want to say a lot of money, but way more money than I'm now making.
Mhm.
Like I forget exactly. I think the first year I made around like 8,000, something like that. So not so bad. And it's like there's stories where I've stopped keeping track, but I've made like at least $2,000 in sale from one
Mhm.
story, which took me one day to write. But
Wow.
there's also other stories that took
Now,
me
when
two
you
days to write,
say,
like 10 sales, so I made like $5, you know?
so are these like ebooks that you've published?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't actually realize like a lot of this stuff was like actually you went through some sort of like I just assumed it was like, like blog posts or like, fan fiction type stories. So you've actually like created a bunch of
Oh
ebooks
yeah,
and like productized things.
that is how I knew how to publish. So that by the time that I was
Mm,
ready to publish my books, I already knew everything that I ever needed to know.
gotcha.
Like here's the process I would go through. I would come up with an idea and I had like a document with like just a bunch of different ideas. And then at the start of the day, I'm like, all right, which idea am I writing today? So I'd go and take the idea, write it out, reread it and correct the biggest mistakes,
Mhm.
add the like links at the end because after a while I was like adding links to the other stories and bestsellers and things like
Mhm.
that to cross promote. So do all the formatting basically, and then I would go in and create the cover page. So I would find images on stock image sites. And okay, at the time I actually the first one I ever did was literally just like simple text headline in
Mhm.
paint. And it was like really crappy, but for some reason it sold. And the other ones I got like, a little higher level. So I would find images and add titles and stuff like that in paint. I probably should have learned like Photoshop or a free equivalent like GIMP, just
Mhm.
because it made my life easier because I was trying to do complex things in paint and it's like sometimes it took me forever. But yeah, like I would do
Bad
everything
Canva wasn't a
and I
thing.
would like publish it and add all the descriptions
Mhm.
and all that stuff. So it's like it got to the point where I was more planned out. So it's like I would create the covers in advance, write the description, and all I would have to do is just write the story, proofread it, and publish it. But in the beginning, I
Yeah.
would just do that pretty much every day. And
So if I remember right from your message, you said that like one of the stories that you had published and it was like a free book had been uh read like a million times.
yeah, that's the thing. Like what I started doing after a while that I realized worked pretty well was publishing a story, like a series of 5 short stories. So let's say there's 5, and the first one is free to get people to read it. I'm like, I
Mm-hmm.
have this free story that's always going to be free, and there's websites out there that people publish like erotica for free. So I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
why not put it on those websites?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe someone is going to like the story enough that they're going to Google it and buy the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I ever made sales from that, but I'm like, I have nothing to lose. So
Right.
every single free story that I ever wrote and published, I published on those websites. I think there's
Mm.
2 different ones. And
How
I
many different
checked,
ones you said?
I think there's 2 different websites.
Oh, two different websites. Okay.
Yeah.
For different
Oh,
places
there's,
you've published it.
maybe 100 free stories, something like
Mm.
that overall. Actually, more than that, because for a while when I was running my newsletter, I would write like a short free mini story every day.
Mm-hmm.
So like under 1,000 words,
Mm-hmm.
and I would publish that for free. Like so, and I did that for 2 years. So there's like 104 short stories, like free stories just from that, plus all the other free stories. So maybe like 150, 200. Anyway, and yeah, I checked 2 days ago, I think it was, just for fun. So I'm like, I haven't checked in years. I wonder like what's the count. And yeah, one of those stories, the first in the series, had like a little over 1 million reads. And it's like before I knew like, okay, overall, all my stories got like definitely at least a few million reads.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like one that got over 1 million, one that got like almost 500,000, one that's like around 300,000, plus all the other ones. So there's at least like, I don't know, let's say overall, all the like free stuff and everything, there's maybe around, I don't know, I'd say 10 million people who read it. It's like it's
Holy
cool
crap,
to think
dude.
about in a way, but in another way, it's like I don't make a dime from that, so it doesn't really mean anything.
It doesn't by itself, but in context, like that's amazing. Like to think that you've pleasured literally millions of people.
See, that's the thing. I don't like to think of it like that. Like, okay, sure, like I didn't have to physically do anything, so it's fine. I don't really mind. But when I think about it, I'm like, eh. Uh,
But man, what a like attention grabber to drop into a conversation. It's like when people ask you like what you do or like about your life. It's like, so tell me something about Guillaume. It's like, well, I've pleasured literally millions of people. And I don't mean literally as in literally figuratively. I mean literally as in literally.
just not with my bare hands. I use my mouth. Well, yes, I
Oh,
used my mouth because I used words to.
right. Yeah. I mean, there's a good chunk of your stories you wrote like you spoke them to write them as well, huh? Or is that
Actually,
more of an experiment?
sorry, I was sidetracked because I was doing the math in my head, and I know that all those like mini stories, because they were like in order of most reads or less to most reads, and like all those mini stories had like around 10,000 reads each.
Mhm.
I'm like, 10,000 times 100 is 10 million just from that. So with all the other ones, it's probably more around like 15, maybe 20 million. I don't know. It would be
Okay.
fun going and just like doing the math.
Okay, so here's, God damn. I feel like maybe this isn't something we should try to solve ourselves, but the fact that you have, I don't know how easy or how like how much trouble it would be worth to like see whether or not you can like kind of gather and kind of accumulate that audience. I don't know if like there's any way that you have a like attachments or like connections to like if reads like if you had any way that you got emails from that or not,
The thing is,
or
on
if there
those
is a way
websites,
to
you can include links. Like you can
can
include
or
a link,
can't.
you can't, like not in the story.
Mm-hmm,
Like you can include a link in your profile. And if
mm-hmm,
people go back to the profile, they can find it and then they can like
mm-hmm,
direct it. But I never noticed really much traction from that. Of course, it's
mm-hmm.
a track, but it doesn't seem worth going back.
Right. Okay.
Like, not from this free source. Like, it
Right.
might
Right.
be worth going back and like publishing a few more titles. Because the thing is, like, what I would do is I publish, like, I would have series. So
Mm-hmm,
usually 5, because then it's like I'd have the first one for free
mm-hmm,
and then sell the 5 pack for, I think it was $4,
mm-hmm,
something like that. I forget. And then I'd have like individual stories that I would package together by theme or stuff like that in like groups of 5 or 10. So it would be like a 5 pack and a 10 pack.
mm-hmm,
But it's like I never went back and did like 50 pack or 100 pack or like
mm-hmm.
combine like a crap ton of them together and just sell them for like $10. Like maybe that would work. I don't know.
I mean, the reason that this is really sticking out to me isn't necessarily just that, like, oh, there's people here, like, there's money potentially, but it's like, what really interests me about this is a couple things. One is this this could be a very, very unconventional niche where it's like you have this huge funnel of you're finding them based on the umbrella of like people who enjoy erotica, but like that being a way to kind of be like a sideways targeting, there's going to be some subsection of those people who are either interested in business or interested in growing an audience, that sort of thing, and probably if you're willing to own up to like, oh, I enjoy erotica, it's like, there's probably some people who like already have a high sense of integrity and like what they're choosing actively in their life. It's like, I don't care whether people know this or that about me. It's like, this is the life I want. And this happens to be a piece of something. It's like, that's just something I do and I enjoy. And I'm not here to argue people with it about it. So there's probably more people like us that have like, they're more deliberate about kind of fully accepting all of who they are.
Yeah,
And I
like
mean, what I've found is like, go ahead.
it's logical. There's just 2 problems with that. First of all, I don't actually enjoy erotica. Like I enjoyed the writing process.
Mm-hmm.
Erotica, like if it was themes that I was interested in, then yeah, okay, it was fun. But like I don't enjoy reading it. I've read maybe 5
Mm-hmm.
stories in my entire life,
Mm-hmm.
and I found they sucked. So I actually don't enjoy erotica. I
Mm-hmm.
just enjoy writing and
Yeah.
sex. And it's like, you know, I enjoyed doing that for a while. And it's like,
Right.
so I don't really enjoy it. The other
Mm-hmm.
problem is my pen name is a woman. So if I'm like, hey, I'm a dude, it's like I lose that trust.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, no matter what, I don't really see a way to kind of capitalize on that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like where your mind is, and there might be a way.
Yeah, well, what
I
I'm
don't think
thinking,
it'd be like a direct approach, you know?
yeah, I don't know. In my head, it's something like there's already some stuff that you've built and created that has already proven to be valuable to that market. So it's like at some level, like you don't have to touch it anymore because it's already done the work to validate. So it's like if you found the right person who like maybe the thing they nerd out about is like email marketing. It's like setting up sequences, getting content organized in the right way. And it's like, if you just said, here's stuff, like do something with it and turn it into something that makes money. And then it's just like by just, you know, picking bits and pieces of stories and like setting, I mean, because all email sequences are is just a collection of stuff that's like tries to get you to open the next one.
I
And
just,
so if you found the right, like somebody who that's what they think and live and breathe is like, how do I use text to get people engaged and get them to buy more? Like I
yeah,
bet you there's somebody who could turn that into a profitable like recurring revenue generating business.
so I just realized, like, of course it doesn't work that way, but if I manage to get every single one of those million plus people who read that story to go out and buy the rest of the series, like, I don't remember exactly. Let's say I'd make like, I sold a pack for $4 and I make like three, let's just say $3.
Mhm.
I would be making like $3 million from that
Yeah.
one series. Like, of course, the conversion doesn't work that way
Mm.
and the funnel isn't built up that way.
Yeah.
But damn, like
And you know
if
what? You wouldn't even need to write new content. You could probably find people who enjoy writing that, like who do like that genre and who it's fun for them. It's like and then like use the pseudonym and like allow them to publish under that umbrella. And then it's like you have a filtration process that allows you to validate what are the hot like is it the copywriting of the title that like gets people to read it, or is it like, oh no, this is actually a really good story and people are recommending it, and figure out like that process. And then it's like everything that's super valuable, it's like those are all your like lead magnets and free things and promos and like ways to get people into the funnel and then just get them to buy more and more and more.
yeah, because I'm just wondering, like the thing is, erotica is very difficult to sell because every single advertising platform refuses to allow you to promote that kind of content.
Mhm.
But I'm like, okay, if there's, let's say this, just for math's sake, if
Mhm.
there's 20 million people who've read the stories, if I'm able to make them an offer where I'm like, hey, I combined every single story that I've ever written into one package,
Mhm.
which is like, let's say, I don't know, 200 stories, and you can get that for $27. And I use like a sales page with like all the sales tactics and everything to like structure. It's like, even if just like one, like 0.5% buy, or like 10% of 1%, that would be, wait, how
Mhm.
much? I don't know, my math isn't working, but okay, that's like too intense of math level for me. Like 0.1%, 10 million times 27. No, that's beyond my level of mental capability. Actually, I could probably do it. I'm just lazy.
Let's see.
So wait, 1%
mean,
of
the
million is,
adult entertainment industry is still like the fastest growing industry online. I mean,
yeah.
for whatever reason, it's like that's still a big
Second up,
old, yeah,
it will.
it totally does. I bet you there's a way to advertise and like grow stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
How I
Talk
sold over
about
half a
erotica. I know
million
how
books
to grow
of
stuff, especially guys stuff.
self. I bet you if I did like an interview series with other erotica publishers, we could figure out like a, and honestly, we wouldn't even need to like have figured out the business model to be able to make money. Because you could target other people who are writing and who want to learn what we're gonna learn, which is like, how do you, like, I've got all this stuff. How do you turn that asset into cash? And like, what's the right um
Asset.
and just ask the people who have done it, because you Google how to advertise erotica, and there's a bunch of people on here who's like, how I've made millions publishing erotica, or like how to, I've sold millions of books, or blah 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 blah. There's people out there doing it, and you've already done the hardest part, which is like doing the writing and doing the work. So there's probably people who've like gone out and figured out the money making process. And then if you find somebody to outsource that to, bet you, I bet you it's not a long runway to making money. And if you just did it in a way where it's like, I don't really want to touch this business. I just want it to make money for me. So like as the profits come in, you just keep building out people to like handle, hey, find a new way to grow this, like make this bigger, do the thing. And it's like,
I just realized something.
I don't know.
Oh, I wasn't even laughing at that, but yeah, that was pretty good. Um, if you use the metric of reads rather than sales, I'm probably among like, I don't know the exact stats, but like probably among the top like 100 best-selling erotica authors.
Wow.
Because I mean, I don't know, I have no idea, but it's like, I'm assuming that most authors who write erotica and like make the business out of it, get paid for it, do not publish on those kinds of websites. So they only get the sales and the downloads from the mainstream publishers or like, platforms. So the fact that I went that route, even though I'm not getting paid, like I doubt there are that many erotica writers or writers in general who've had 10 million reads.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like from that perspective, like if worded properly, it's like, I've written, let's say 200 stories and had 20 million people read what I've written. Like from that perspective, someone's like, all right, I like erotica, I like that kind of story.
Mm-hmm.
And like 20 million people have read like this person's thing. It must
Yeah.
be, plus it's an amazing deal. Like if we can find an audience and funnel them into that, like that would be irresistible, because already we have the funnel strategy, we have the sales like psychology,
Yeah.
we've done all that out, and on top of that, if sex, like it's an
Oh,
irresistible
dude.
sex and sex sells, this could be like a gold mine.
I know what we can do. Uh, the giveaway strategy. It's like for people who are in this business, who that's what they're trying to do, you have stuff that is proven to be what this market wants. So you can go and say, hey, I've got this bundle like of really good erotica that has sold millions and millions of copies. I'd like to give this as a
It
like a
hasn't
free.
sold millions of copies.
What's that?
It hasn't
No,
sold.
well, yeah, you can say like has been read by millions of people. It's like these are good stories. And like so then you can create bundles that are worth, I mean, whatever you want to make it worth. But it's like, I'm an expert author. I've published whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then here's a bundle. Like I'm trying to help authors like you. I'm not in this business anymore, but I want to help people who are grow their list. So I'm creating a giveaway. I'm putting in some of my own material to help you. And if you have something that you would like to put in the giveaway, we're going around and finding a few people who are in this niche so that we can create something really valuable to offer to this audience, and then get them in, like have everybody grow their list.
I'm wondering if going to the extreme would work of like, it's a giveaway, but like the theme of the giveaway is like lifetime supply of erotica. It's like
Yeah.
have all the authors throw in all their stories and the winner wins everything. So it's like you get like, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 like erotic stories. Like that's
Yeah.
more than enough for your entire lifetime.
Yeah. Never buy, never have to buy it. Oh, dude, if you found even just a handful of erotica authors, you could start like a $1 a month kind of subscription that was like lifetime supply of erotica. And it's like you could build like a library, like some sort of Netflix kind of subscription. Or but what I would do is like do the it's like the monthly or annual membership cost as the normal rate, but then it's like one-time offer or limited time offers, like lifetime access for whatever, $99 or whatever, $179. So it's like
900.
in their mind that you're positioning it, this is a monthly cost. This is worth $200 a year or whatever. It's like, but you can get forever for like $77. And literally what you would give away for free, you're now positioning as more valuable. And it's like you are giving them something of value. It's like more stories than you could ever read. And for the right audience, I think that could be like, you could build your own. Yeah. And I bet there's really, I bet there's ways to advertise it. Like
It's,
lifetime
it's
supply of like the hottest stories, too hot to publish on Amazon or something.
of Netflix, it's Sexflix.
Yeah. But it's like,
I mean, there's definitely something there. It's just if I decided to go the membership route, then I'm locked in. I have to, keep running it and find different authors and make sure that I don't run out and create a content calendar and figure out which story is released when. And it's like, I don't want to get back into that. If I can create the funnel once and just do like a giveaway every once in a while and like promote my funnel on the back end,
yeah.
then yeah, okay, that's worth it. Because like if I can get like 100,000 people to opt into the offer, and it's like I don't know, let's say $47 package where you get like 200 erotic stories. It's like
Yeah. No,
plus
I don't think
bonus.
you would really need to run it as your own business. I feel like if you set up something like a bundle or something with a squeeze page, and then just offer that as like an affiliate. It's like, you can customize your own link, like walk people through it, and then just get either do it yourself or find somebody to do it for you, get a VA or whatever. So, and then they're just reaching out and messaging, a dozen people every day who are in that industry. It's like, hey, I have this thing. I'm not in this business anymore, but it's a thing that can help you grow your list. It's for free. You can use it to like promote, and for people who don't have great lead magnets or they haven't quite cracked the marketing thing, it's like, here's a really valuable way to like get your people to sign up. And then it's like, yeah, I bet you there's some people out there who, if you said, I have something really valuable that I'm not planning to do anything with, but if you see some value in this and you're willing to do the work on it, it's like, if you make it valuable for them. I mean, that's what affiliate marketing is. That's one way of doing it. But if you did something like if you I feel like it would be interesting to talk to a couple people who are doing this to figure out what are the basic strategies. And then you just have some sort of reference for that. And then you just keep your ears and eyes open. It's like, or maybe actively pursue. It's like, who can I find that I can do a 50% split with? And it's like, you do all the work. I've built all the stuff that we need to make it valuable. If you can set up like an email sequence and a land page that converts and like go talk to other people in this industry to um, bring more leads in, it's like half of whatever you want to do with it. I don't know.
I feel like, I mean, there's something here. I'd have to do the research to figure out exactly if this would work. Because like, I don't know, certain platforms are like, we refuse to allow you to promote any kind of
Mhm.
sex content. So it's like, maybe ClickFunnels like, no, we don't do anything related to sex. Or maybe
Yeah.
Stripe, PayPal is like, there's a chance that this is not even possible.
Well, there are people making money at it. So that's who I would talk to and be like, how are you doing this?
Yeah, I'd have to do the research, but I'm just thinking like, if we can figure out a way to do this, or
Mhm.
for just fiction in general, if we can find a
Mhm.
way to build a funnel to sell my fiction books
Mhm.
for a lot of money. Like, okay, not only can we make money from that, but it's like we've unlocked a whole new arena to make money from when you're an author. Because authors are like, okay, I spent like a year writing a book and I spend
There's
like thousands of dollars getting it edited and proofread and the cover design and the promotion. I publish it and I make like $5 for every sale. If we can target those authors and be like, hey, we found a way to get paid $100 for every sale. We created a course teaching you exactly how to do that. Are you interested? Like that can start being lucrative.
I mean, I did a quick Google search on Facebook. I mean, not Google search, a Facebook
That
search.
doesn't make
And
sense.
there's like there's groups with for erotica with like tens of thousands of members. There's like a $50,000 member private group. It's like hot stories. Let's see. Hot love stories for you. Home Alone with my stepson and other stories. My hot boss and other stories. Hot jokes and stories. Home of erotic and interesting stories. So apparently, like, I mean, as long as you're not super explicit in like the public setting,
What if we use what if
love and romantic stories. 361,000 members. Dang.
But what if we use the strategy of let's build our own Facebook group? And since sex sells, it should be relatively easy to get it to build itself. We
Uh-huh.
just need the right title, the right hook. And if we're in charge of the group, we can have a free offer of like, hey, join the group and get these 10 like erotic stories for free.
Dude, we should totally
And that
should.
is like that is the the like the lead magnet.
Yeah.
And on the back end, you just promote like, hey, you just got 10 for free. Do you want to get 200 for $47?
Yeah. Dang. If you did like hmm,
And I feel like the beauty of this is because I'm selling it through my own funnel, I don't
mhm,
need to create one mega like title with all of them in it.
mhm,
Just literally upload the versions like to a website or whatever. And just
right.
like you get access to this once you purchase and you can just
Mhm.
download all of them.
Yeah.
And I don't even
Dang.
need to do that myself. So I'm like, if I did that, I would want to offer more than just PDF. I'd want to offer all the different formats so they can read it on whatever device they want. And I'm like, all right, then I would have to manually go in for like all,
Mhm,
I don't know, multiple hundreds of
mhm,
stories and download every single format and then upload it.
mhm,
But I'm, hey, all I need to do is just set up, change my password, hire a VA, give them the password, be like, all right, go in,
mhm.
download all this, then go to the website, upload all of this, like tag it, name it, whatever.
Yeah,
And it's a couple $100 and I don't need to do anything.
this is really funny. It's like, uh, I would never have thought like, oh, we need to set up a Facebook group for Guillaume to like create leads, but it's like, dang, this could this could totally be a thing. And what I love about this idea is it's like if this isn't the one, it's not the one. Or maybe it's just maybe we start 10 or 15 groups with different names to see which one takes off. But it's all like the same assets. And
Or I wonder, like, because groups don't like you to promote in their groups a lot of the times. But if the offer that I'm making is like, hey, here's 10 free stories, like I
Mhm.
could probably easily approach the group owner and be like, hey, I want to give away these 10 free stories to your group. Like, is it okay? And I drop the link
Yeah.
in.
Let me see. I'm looking at this group that's like 361 members, 360,000 members. Let's see what.
It's like you join an erotica group and like your wife sees it, she's like, what are you doing?
Oh, man. My wife believed that I have been cheating on her since last year. She had such belief the first day that she can't. Okay, I don't need to read these
For
stories.
a
These are.
second, I thought you were speaking like, from yourself. I'm like,
Oh,
wait, what? And you
no,
were saying it
I'm
with
reading
such
these
like
like badly
casual tone.
worded posts. All right, so there's some pinned stuff in this group. Good Lord, how many things have they pinned up here? Did they do they just like pin every single story? For 2 years now, I've been creating spellbinding contests and stories in this space with consistently with a lot of perseverance. Accumulated thousands of followers on this platform, positive and building my target audience. So after a series of whatever, follow me. About, let's see.
I'm just thinking like, all right, if I built out this sales page, how would it work? And I'm like, should I offer a money back guarantee? And I'm like, there's a joke in there somewhere, like tummy back guarantee. I don't know. Uh, but I feel like it would be worth doing like the research to see, all right, does ClickFunnels allow you to promote things of sexual nature? Okay. Can I charge for sexual things like not like sex, but I mean like erotica and like Stripe or PayPal? It's like if I can for those three things, it seems like it would be worth it. Like building the funnel for that and just approaching different groups and being like, I could even do I could even do a split share of like for every sale that you make 50%.
You're cutting out there and
All right, let me turn off the video
didn't
and
hear what
turn
you
it
were
on.
saying.
Oh, and you're gone. I'm guessing it wasn't on my end then. All right, let's wait and see if he rejoins. By the way, I was not expecting this conversation to go this way. But I guess that's the beauty of floating. You never know what's going to happen. Sometimes you just talk about random stuff. Other times you talk about pleasuring a bunch of men. uh, uh, that's all right. Can I invite him? How does this work? I got a message. It might be him. All right. So his internet crapped out. He's gonna go take a poop. He'll be back. Okay, he didn't specify it was a poop, but I'm imagining it's a poop just because that's more dramatic. It's more dramatic. Nope, that's not a thing. There's no joke there. I like how I'm just talking as if there's actually anyone watching. But this would be so hilarious if it's like I've worked so hard for so many years trying to build up different serious businesses that are going to help people, or writing fiction that is, quality fiction, not just like sex. And it would be really ironic if like I just throw this funnel together and just like this is how I make a crap ton of money. That would be hilarious to me. It's like, how did you make $1 million? I made a bunch of guys, have fun. Oh my God. That is hilarious. I don't know if I need to do this now, but it seems like it would be very worth it doing the research. And if anything, it could be a good practice fund. Then all I have to do is reach out and find authors who seem to be selling pretty well and be like, hey, I had this $47 offer and it's a very irresistible offer. And you make, let's say, 50%. So for every sale, you're making, hold on, half of 47, that would be 23 and a half. Yeah. You make like $23 for every sale. And it's like, even if they have a small audience, but it's like, if they have, let's say, 1,000 people on their list, but I feel like people who like erotica love good deals and sex sells. So it's like, as long as the theme is interesting to them or even just intriguing, it's like, if you make 10 sales, that's 220, $230 each. If I just, find one person with a list to promote every day and I'm making a couple $100 a day, that's a lot of money. Or if I go the giveaway route, like Aaron was suggesting, it's like, get 10,000 people. And it's like, even if just 1,000 people buy it, well, 1,000 times 47 is $47,000. So I feel like there's a lot of potential here. And it's amusing to me how it never occurred to me before. Hey, did you enjoy your poop?
I did. What were you saying? That you
Just talking to no one because no one's watching and no one will probably watch.
So what's the opposite of overwhelming?
I mean, I don't think it's actually a word, but I describe it as underwhelming.
Underwhelming's in the dictionary.
Okay.
Fail to impress or make a positive impact or disappoint.
Now that I'm like thinking like in sex terms, positive impact.
Apparently, whelm is a word in the dictionary. Flow or heap up abundantly, engulf, submerge, or bury. So overwhelming.
It does make sense.
Yeah. Give
I
too
wonder
much of a thing.
words are like that exist and we don't even know because we only know like a form of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Like as an example, like exaggerated is there such a thing as like exaggerated?
Mm-hmm.
Exaggerated, exaggerated. Like words like that we just don't pay attention to because it's like that's the form of the word that we know. But is there like another form that we're like, wait, that exists? And
Mm-hmm.
then you think about it, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like the exaggerated was a bad example. Like I would be very, very surprised if adjurated is a word. But I'm just using that as an example. Also, it always amuses me words that are the same, like as an example, flammable and inflammable. They both mean they can catch fire. Sort of like opposite words mean the exact same thing.
Yeah,
And how do you describe something that is not flammable?
that's a good question. Um,
Or like words that have two meanings, like bi-weekly can mean twice per week or every other week. Like that's just confusing.
so if it catches fire, we say it's flammable. So would something that doesn't catch fire be flamacow?
Nice. I didn't know where you were going with that, but I like it. But wait, what if it does catch fire? Does it become a steak?
Maybe. Okay, so I just I just searched. Actually, let's search Google too.
Just search how to sell sex, and now you have a bunch of viruses.
Exactly. Um,
Imagine like this is how we end up making like millions. And it's like, how do you make your millions? Oh, I got together with my best friends, both guys, by the way, and we sold erotica, mostly to men, by the way, and made a bunch of money. That would be a very
so nobody has written a book called Beat Business Overwhelm or Beating Business Overwhelm. There's a lot of SEO articles on business overwhelm. What?
What if we write a book called Beat Business Overwhelm and our solution is to just masturbate so you're not overwhelmed anymore?
Beat beating off the business overwhelm monkey that's on your back.
The best way to relieve stress from your business.
Oh man. I mean, we could totally just play into that. It's like this is the stupid kind of person you're dealing with. If you don't want to read a book written by ding dongs like that, then we're telling you in the title, don't read this book. But like if that's funny and it also talks about the pain point, and nobody's in that niche at all. I mean, I would rather read a business book that's funny, that actually knows what they're talking about. I mean, you hope that they know what they're talking about, but it's like that would stick out to me. I would at least read the cover jacket.
I've read personal development books that were funny, but I've never read business books that were funny.
Yeah.
Like one of them, like I read two of his books by Kyle Cease. Like he was a comedian, then he became like he's like, I want to start helping people, but I'm a comedian. I like to make people laugh. So he got into personal development and he wrote two books, and it's like ridiculous books of like, there's a chapter, it's just a picture of like a taco. And it's like ridiculous stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was really entertaining.
I think you could do it. I mean, if it was like the book's primary purpose is not comedy. It's like we're just gonna have fun doing this. So if you structured it sort of like instead of structuring like it being in the comedy genre, where it's like you almost have to have a joke or a laugh every, like 2 or 3 times every page, It's like in a sitcom or a movie, it's like the metric is like you have to have a laugh every minute. Otherwise, it's like you're gonna lose your audience. Um, in books, it's like you probably want something every 2, 3 paragraphs, something funny, something amusing. But I'm like, if you're in the genre of business and you just structured it like every chapter or every section is like a joke. So it's like you're formatting the chapter. It's like you have a point where you're teaching something, but the chapter is like your setup, what they need to understand, and then the as you wrap up and help them teach, help them learn. It's like that the punchline. But it's what I love about using the comedy model is like it structures in breakthrough because like the moment of like getting something, it's like if you know I have to make this land as a joke, so it's like what do they need to know, how do I teach it to them so that by the time we reach this point it's funny, they actually learned something, it's something that they've done, and like by them getting something, having fun in the process, like you're creating an experience that they have. So it's like it kind of meshes those things where it's like they're feeling and they're understanding and they're having an experience all at the same time. So it's like,
And the final punchline is everything I taught you so far was total crap.
yep. It's like if you've read this whole book, it's all just nonsense. So shake it off. And more than twice is playing with yourself.
But I really feel like there's something like to like comedy, yes, but it's like sex because sex sells so well.
Mm-hmm.
If we use our knowledge of funnels and business to sell that, like, because I think that's the problem. A lot of writers are writers, they're creative,
Mm-hmm.
they're not good at the business. And there's
Right.
a few authors out there who are self-published who are good, but I don't know of any erotica authors out there who are good at business. Like I'm sure there's some, but it's in the mainstream, like, okay, this is how the algorithm works, this is the strategy to build a list and keep promoting and stuff like that. But it's like I've never heard of anyone using funnels to sell sex. And I mean, taken out of context, it seems like I'm talking about like hookers.
Yeah.
No. Or maybe that could be the upsell. Like, hey, come down to, I don't know, Colombia as an example. And it's like, you know, have sex with a hooker.
Dang. What if you could have like a whole business just on like building funnels for hookers? Like, how do we say every possible way that you're an escort without coming out and saying you're an escort? And it's like, and make it be like, and then it's like, how do you get people into the funnel? You offer them a lifetime subscription of erotica. Hey, erotica not enough. Let's have coffee and talk about it.
Let's have coffee and talk about it. uh, you know what? If I was a girl, I might be a hooker just because it feels like it would be so much fun. Not the necessarily having sex with random dudes part, but like just the humor part of it. I feel like I would have so much fun with that. Or maybe I would just be a tease because I think it's fun, but I don't actually want to have sex with him.
I think that's kind of like what high-end escorts are like. It's like you're paying for like not
Yeah, the experience.
primarily for the sex. It's like it's somebody to be around that's like um funny and flirtatious and like knows how to have an engaging time. And it's funny. The more sophisticated your market is, like the less you have to give them because they value like smaller things more.
Dude, sorry, I'm still thinking of like the funnel to sell like the stories, and it's like I could literally create like a section in the funnel where it's like all the cover pages for, let's say, like all 200s of the book, and it just keeps going and going and going and going,
Dang.
and it's like just that,
Mm-hmm.
like you're getting everything, and you see the cover for
Mm-hmm.
every single story that you're getting.
Yeah.
Like that sells value way more than saying like, hey, 200 stories, they were sold for $1 each, that's $200 worth, you're getting it for, I don't know, 25% off, so you're only paying 47, plus you get these bonuses. But it's like, if you see all 200
Yeah.
of the cards, you're like,
I'm
okay, this is
imagining like the if you do like a VSL or something moving at the beginning, it's like just basically like a scroll of like or like a motion graphic of like
yeah, like a
like
carousel of all the
yeah,
titles.
more than you could ever read.
And it would be interesting to do the math on there. So it's like, all right, these are the total number of words for all the stories. The average reading speed is this. That means that for all these titles, you're going to have like 1,000 hours of like entertainment, as an example. And it's like 1,000 hours for $27.
Mhm. How many stories
47.
is it? 200 that you wrote?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact stats. And now I'm regretting because I used to keep track of everything in an Excel document, but when I
Mhm.
did a cleanup in my documents, I'm like, I don't need that anymore. So I just
Right.
deleted it. So I
Ah,
don't have all those stats anymore, unfortunately.
interesting. I'm wondering if you have enough that's like one for every day of the year.
I don't think so, but maybe. And I feel like I'm just realizing like there's ways to that I can add upsells. So it can be, let's say, like $47 for 200
Mhm.
stories. Plus, if you want an extra 104 mini stories that I
Mhm.
wrote like for my newsletter back when I was running it, like it's a $17 upsell
Mhm.
of like a one-click upsell. It's like you want 104 more stories for $17. It's like, yeah, okay, they're a little shorter, but they're the exact same thing.
They're, I wouldn't call them mini stories. I would call them something like quickies or
Yes, I mean,
like
there's
whatever
definitely
that.
ways to
Mhm.
make it sound better. But I'm just realizing, like, if I do that, like, let's say $47 and find a way to add like bonuses that increase that value, and then like a $17 bump sale. And then like if I can find upsells on the back end, I'm just wondering what could be an up, like I could do an upsell of like $4.97, hire me to write a story for you and you provide the details. And it's like I
Dude,
wouldn't mind writing a story every once in a while if I'm getting paid well for it.
no, you could totally do that, but then you wouldn't have to do it for very long because what you do is just do it long enough to figure out the formula. And you could even hire somebody to break apart your other stories, but then build out an app. Like it would be super easy to create an Excel document that's like you build essentially like a what's that game where you just fill Mad Libs, where it's like put in like noun, verb, different, like find the places where they can like fill in the stuff that they want. And then if you have like 30 or so different stories for like different genres and different things, it's like you could create like what Jim Edwards did with like the
Yeah,
copy, um, like you could probably create oh dude, you wouldn't even need to do that. There are there's so many great AI technologies now. You could probably train an AI on all your stories and then find other stuff. I mean, that might be enough, but you could do stuff that's like, I'll write you a story and it's like it'll write it in your voice, but it's like you figure out the template and then an AI is smart enough to figure out like how to generate a brand new piece of content that isn't made from a template. It's like it sees the patterns.
Yeah, that's the thing, because when it comes to erotica, it's very repetitive.
Mhm.
Like, there are certain acts and themes that are repeated in every single story. So I feel like an AI, because there's people working on AI to like write fiction.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like erotica would be the perfect medium for that because
Mhm.
it is so repetitive.
Yes. Dang. That would be, yeah. And especially with the way that you write, I feel like at least reading your like Nibiru effect, I feel like you have a very um deliberate structure of like um it's like you're creating these beats where it's like this happens and then we react to it and then we understand this thing about it and then like we shift like from and then some new development happens. It's like you're very methodical about the way that the story plays out. And if you program that into like it's like, so here's the format and the template, that kind of thing. Like it would be really easy for an AI to replicate that because it's sort of a machine process. And then it's just like, just give it a whole bunch of stuff to copy and like, and then it'll do the work of like generating stuff for you. So
That's the
then you
thing.
could have custom stories that uh, sound like you are, um, and you don't have to even like write it.
Oh, dude. If we could build this, or it's like I could, if we wanted to do this, I could probably do some research and find people who are working on that technology and approach them and make a deal with them. It's like if we manage to do that and make it work, we could
Mhm.
offer a subscription service on the back end where it's like,
Yeah.
let's say $47 a month,
Mhm.
and you get access to, let's say, like one new story every week. And you can go in and fill in like, hey, this is the theme, these are the characters that I want.
Mhm.
And you just press a button
Yeah.
and the program generates the story for you.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm hearing in my head, or what I'm seeing is like, I mean, what I would do, I wouldn't sell it based on the, I mean, maybe the app would be something that people would like, but my suspicion is people go to erotica, people go to porn and stuff because on some level they haven't learned the skill of actually connecting with other people, or they don't want the like the time investment in actual relationships. Like I want this thing, but we still kind of like the idea of connection. It's like so I feel like if it was me, I would prefer the like I'm getting something from a person. It's like, on some level it's a fantasy, but it's like if the author is like this woman, it's like, okay, it's like in some way validate and accept me. It's like I'm gonna give you some scenarios, like write something for me that's like just about this fantasy that I have. It's like, and this person cared enough to take time to create that thing for me and like hand it to me. It's like that feels more valuable than like generating something from an app. Like I wouldn't probably pay for that. I mean, I would use it if it was free, but maybe the app is the way that you generate leads. So it's like if you create an app that gives you custom stories, and then it's like, would you like the author whatever the sex, the sex sells, the woman that, that a lot of these stories originated from, like the raw material. It's like, I'll personally write you a story, and it's like you can still do it with the AI, and they're just paying for the same thing, but it's like you sell the personal touch, and then it's like maybe you pay somebody to, like, maybe you have an editor that's like, they go through, make sure it's actually written as if a person wrote it. So it's like you clean up the AI language, and then you like have some process where it's like either the VA editor or something. It's like just writes a little personal note to the person. Um, so it's like the amount of effort to generate the content is still very minimal, but then it's like you could have an app where it's like you have thousands or millions of people using this thing, but it's like for you know, the few hundred people who are like, I want somebody to personally write me a story. It's like, let me give you the things that I want. And then it's like you generate something using the same process. So it's what they're used to. It just has a little bit more polish, a little bit more personal touch. And it's like, it feels to me like that would be something that would be really, like, really easy. And especially if you did it like microtransactions, like on games, where it's like $7 for a story. Well, it only takes the VA like 7 minutes to do a story. It's like click generate, and then it's like let's hand it off to. I mean, if you have somebody who, it's like they speak English, they're there specifically to like edit the copy, and then you have an AI that generates like little personal note. It's like, hey Marcus, thanks so much for this. This is like a hot little story. I had fun writing it, blah, blah, blah. It's like you say their name, you say a little something about the thing, and then you send it to them. And it's like, it's just enough. It's like you're making money, but it's like for the people who want that, it's cheap enough that it's like repeat business all the time.
I was thinking of a joke. I'm like, it's not exactly something that would sell because it's not something that people look for. But you were saying micro transaction, like, why not micro penis transaction? um, I'm just
I
like
mean,
thinking like,
there's a niche. I mean, who's got a group specifically targeted at micro penis erotica stories? I mean, you never know. It's like if you just got good at, like, if you had a VA who all they're doing is doing the research of like what niches could we start a thing on, and then it's literally like you just leave it alone. If people are looking for it and they find it and they're in there like starting to talk, it's like then you go in and start making offers and like engaging that community. But it's like if nothing happens in a month or something, it's like you just ignore it. Like you stop monitoring it, and then you have a I don't know, like a life cycle process where you come back and check it in 6 months. And then it's like if things grow on its own, dang, this could be like, I've been trying to think of like what is the thing that will allow us to like create over and over and over and over and over, like containers where money could be made. And it's like, I mean, maybe porn is the thing. maybe maybe it's like figuring out how to generate. I wonder if there's already stuff like that. Nobody's coined the term quickie erotica. I feel like that would be, I don't know. Maybe people don't want it to be fast. Maybe they want to like lose themselves in it for a while.
I just, 'Cause I'm legit like thinking of building this funnel. Like, I don't know if it's possible, but I'm like, this is a fun exercise. I'm like, how would I build it out? So there would be the like, let's say 200 stories on the front end, plus the 104 extra like quickie stories for 17 bucks, let's say.
Yeah, keep going. I have
And
an I
then
have an
back
observation.
end, I'm like, all right, you can hire me to write a story, and there would be three options. Like a quickie is, let's say, like $97.
Mhm.
Like normal story is like $497, and we're up to like, let's say, 5,000 words.
Mhm.
And then like you can have a longer story, let's say up to 10,000 words. That's
Mhm.
like $1,000. Like those could be my upsells.
Yeah.
And it's like, even though I don't necessarily want to write that much anymore, it's like if I'm getting paid $100 to write 1,000 words, like I can easily do that in an hour.
Yeah.
Or like longer one, it's like I can, like if I'm getting paid $500, like if it takes me a day of work, totally worth it. If it's 1,000, if it takes me 2 days, like I'm still making $500 per day. I'm okay with that. So what were you going to say?
So I was thinking, I think, and I could be wrong. Maybe this is not. I feel like if we could play into the Marvel approach of like, this is meant to be like fantasy. It's meant to be a little bit like outlandish and silly, and we kind of know that. It's like that's what people like. It doesn't need to be like uh hyper, like we're not trying to make it like really hyper realistic. It's sort of like the campiness is part of the appeal. It's like we sort of, I mean, we know it's an escape. We kind of know it's something that is just entertainment, but it's like if you could find a way to acknowledge that without breaking the illusion, like I feel like Marvel does that really well. It's like it's all played straight as far up to the point as you can get without being like, yeah, but we all know how stupid a talking raccoon is, right? It's like we don't really go that far and turn it into like an all out comedy, but it's like the Marvel movies are much funnier than the DC stuff.
Oh yeah,
And
100%.
I think it's like because we have this sort of playful, it's like we know we're going to like little kid land because like it's not meant to be so serious.
I'm just realizing like the headline for the sales page could be, "Do you like sex?" But yeah, I feel like there's definitely a way to do this. And it's like, if
Mhm.
we can find a way to throw in bonuses, I have no idea what the bonuses would be, but it's like, if we can make this irresistible beyond the point of like, you get 200 stories for, let's say, $47, but it's like, to the extent of like, this is worth $500, you're getting it for less than 50.
Hmm.
Like, if we can get to that point, that would be good.
Yeah. So GPT-3 doesn't allow you to use it for lewd content, apparently. Novel AI, I don't know what that is. Never heard of that.
I didn't hear, what's the first one you said?
GPT-3, which is what tons of AI tools and AI writers are based on. A lot of the marketing products right now that like Jarvis and what are all the Copysmith, Magic Flow, Copy Monkey, a lot of these things that are uh, AI based
Instead of
marketing tools.
Lucky Monkey. Oh, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could like find someone or hire someone to create one of those like AI writing tools
Mhm.
and like brand it for erotica and sell it to like erotica authors.
Yeah, Dang, because like if you did that as like, because what you were saying is like the thing that was working well for you in terms of getting readers is like you create a free story and then a low cost stack, like a value stack. It's like for $2, $5, whatever. It's like you get more stories. So if you're not having to go through the process of like writing, uh, like actively writing, like if you could sit down for a couple hours a day and generate like a batch of AI stories, um, and all you're doing at that point is just like pushing them into publishable formats. Um, you could create tons of content and then find the stuff that's like if you just generate lots and lots and lots of content and then if you have the right tools where you can train the AI, it's like you train it off of, oh snap. I wonder if you could use, I would need to look into, I'm sure if we found the right person who that's what they're into is like training AIs and like building stuff like that, they would be able to figure that kind of stuff out. But it's like, I don't know what the ethics and legality is of like training it off of other people's content. I mean, these things are trained on something like millions and millions of data. I don't know what, like if it just crawls the internet for anything that's out in the public domain, or if it's like, because if you trained an AI based on best selling erotica, like that's made money, so then your AI is outputting stuff that's kind of similar to stuff that people are buying and that people are, um, but I don't know. I don't know if like the quality of it has anything to do with like how well they make money. It may just be they're really good at marketing or they have a strategy that like is efficient. It might just be that like you're able to model your own writing, which is like good quality. And then if you figure out the strategies that other people who are making bank in that industry and be like, oh, it's just because they do all of the same marketing products like generate curiosity, use the thing that our audience wants, which in this case is like sex, like sell the sex, and then they have the right funnel step setups. Like we require them to trade some part of their information for like getting into our ecosystem, and then we just keep remarketing to them. I don't know.
I don't know. Because for me, it's like I like the, not necessarily the theme that we're on, but just like the idea behind it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that I don't necessarily want to go through the trouble of, finding that software or building it or whatever. It's like, how can I use assets that I already have and make money from that?
Yeah. And I bet you this is that thing that like, when you it's like it all comes back to networking. It's like if you have some kind of rough sketch of like this is kind of what the business model could look like because other people are doing it. This is proven, this is successful. It isn't like targeting it isn't like a new fad kind of thing. It's like, what are the sound business principles for this thing to work? And then you just be like, I'm looking for this specific person or these specific people for a team. And it's like,
I feel like sex is pretty much the only thing that will never go away.
yeah.
Like there's a few topics that were like, all right, they sell well, like all the time. It's like,
Dude,
well,
what if this is like another $10 million business?
Could be. Because I feel like if we use the funnel strategy and the
Mhm.
irresistible offer and the stack and everything, it's like, then all we need to do is just find authors with audiences and be like, hey,
Mhm.
I want to give away, let's say 10 stories to your readers. And on the back end, I have an offer where they can buy like the entire bundle.
Mhm.
If you want, I'm going to give you like 25% of every sale. So you make 100 sales, you make, I don't know, X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
Like they get value. It's like, okay, I'm giving away 10 free stories that I didn't have to write to my audience.
Mhm.
So they're getting value from me. And if they
Yeah.
buy, I get paid on the back end. And I feel like authors aren't used to that model because authors, they just do like swaps. It's like, I'm going to promote your book, you promote mine. Like
Yeah.
they're not used to affiliate commissions.
Mhm.
So I feel like they would be even more like sold because it's like, wait, so I get to promote something for free, and if someone buys, I get paid?
Yeah.
Because
Dang.
normally it's
Okay.
like, I'll promote your book, and if you make sales, awesome, just promote my book.
Mhm.
So this could
So,
be like an untapped market. Ha, no pun intended.
okay. Okay. So what if you could make it like ridiculously valuable for people to grow the, okay. So what I'm thinking in my head is like, this is a digital asset. So
Mhm.
you're not having to do a lot of work. You already have all of the material for like great follow-up sequences because you already have tons of content. You just need to structure the newsletter or the thing in like also include marketing, like calls to action to like sign up, buy this thing, like promo, different stuff. And maybe you already did that, but if if you, we could probably find somebody from our network that would set up the right email sequences. But even if we had to do it ourselves, if we literally, I have gobs of emails, like email newsletter sequences, just literally copy and model what people are doing, set up like a 10 email sequence, and then just repeat it over and over and over. It's like plug in your stories as value posts. And then it's like every Thursday is like buy a thing or something, or maybe you stagger it like every 10 days or something is like a promo, and just use the same. I'm gonna have to sign up for some porn email newsletters just to like watch their marketing. But like if you just set up like the same pattern, so it's like we're not having to reinvent the wheel. If you have a funnel and a marketing sequence that just kind of repeats, like you were saying the other day, of like having a newsletter where it's like after 100 emails, it's like nobody's paying attention that much. So it's like just repeat the sequence just until you're making enough money. It's like, all right, I'm gonna hire somebody. You make this thing more efficient, and like if we need to generate new content, we'll do that or whatever. But
I feel like a great strategy for this could be like that model. Like if the focus is grow the list,
mhm.
it's like in every email, it can promote one, like give them away a free story. The first
Yeah.
entry in the series is like,
Mhm.
hey, want to buy the rest of the series for 99 cents?
Yeah.
And then on the sales page, it's like, well, you can buy the rest of the series for 99 cents, or you can have access to every single story I've ever written
Mhm.
for $47.
Yeah.
And like, it's, I feel like it would work really well because they're like, if they've received a few emails and not purchased yet, they're like, okay, I'm going to get access to everything. And it's
Yeah.
like, man, this could work really, really well. So should we? All right, actually, no. I'm like strategizing of like, all right, how do we do this as if we're actually doing it?
Yeah.
But I'm like, all right, first step is cover the bases. Like, does ClickFunnels allow that? Does
Mhm.
Stripe allow that? Does PayPal allow that? If the
Yeah.
answer to all those three things are yes, then we can be like, all right, do we want to do this?
Yeah.
Because there's no point in coming up with this entire strategy if it's like, oh, well, sorry, that doesn't work.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, I feel like what I would do in this scenario, I mean, just from what I've learned the last 3 or 4 days, is like talking to people is gonna get like build it so much faster. So I'm like, okay, so what like if we really thought this was something to do, like after we launch our Facebook group thing, I'm like, what I would do is I would do a Google search to figure out like who is making money at this and also coaching. It's like who's teaching their process, or like it's like I make X amount of dollars doing so like they've already they can demonstrate this is what this is worth or this is valuable, and then reach out to those people and be like, hey, I'm creating a resource for people who are looking to get into this. I'd like to promote you. I'd like to make this valuable. It's like, and so the giveaway is like, if you sit down on a podcast with me, it's like, I'm going to create like a bundle of how to make money at publishing erotica or whatever. And I'll give that to you for free. It's like, just give me, a few minutes of your time, and then just grill them on like, how do you do this? How is it working? Blah, 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 blah. We educate ourselves and then give it right back to them to, you know, help the people in their audience. But then it's like we have a roadmap of, okay, so if we wanted to do this, we would need to have, like, if it works with whatever platforms, it's like we find those things out. It's like, what platforms does this work for? Where do you advertise? How do you grow your audience and your list? And just like ask the questions that we need to know to find out what's the model and the roadmap, and then decide, it's like, do we want to do that or no?
I mean, logically, you're right. It's just I was in this business for long enough that I understand how it works. And it's like the principle is just get in front of people who enjoy what you have,
Mhm.
make them an irresistible offer.
Yeah.
That's it.
All
Like
right.
I've made, I don't know, I don't have the stats, but I probably made around like probably around like 50,000 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Without ever promoting anything, because you can't promote erotica. So all from just people finding the stories on the website.
Is there a, oh dude, is there a ClickBank for erotica or porn like based products?
So it clicks bank bank.
Spank bank. I mean, like, is there an affiliate marketplace for people who are in the adult industry?
I feel like there is.
That's where the audience of like marketing promoters, and then if you make it's like, hey, here's like a big cut of what I'm doing, and then you just slowly build out the stuff that they need, which is like, this has been read by millions of people. This is like really super valuable. I'm a whatever. I mean,
Like the thing is, I feel like there is networks like that, but they're more like companies than individuals. I feel like it's more like, porn websites and stuff like that. Like they have networks and you can like post ads on their networks and like they like, network together and promote each other. But I don't think it would be like individuals. It's more like companies. Although if we can get companies, that's even better.
mm-hmm.
I wonder if that would
my
work. Running ads, like those ads that you see on porn websites, like would it work just like as a way into the funnel? Like, get 10 free erotic stories for like 200 erotic stories for like a ridiculously low price or something like that. I don't know, like would that work?
I wonder what advertising costs on like porn platform. I mean, I'm sure like Pornhub and like different places like that have their own advertising, whatever you call it. Because like porn websites are riddled with I mean, unless you have an ad blocker set up, it's like that's how that whole industry runs because so much of it is just free value and then advertising everywhere.
I
So
literally went to Pornhub and went down to the
how
bottom, advertised. So
what?
I literally went to Pornhub and or went at the bottom and like, all right, work with us, advertise. All right. Well, that's a blank page. Okay.
Reach your best audience at a global scale. Taboola. I bet you, I bet you that's what this is. Get recommended in, get recommended in Amazon, USA Today, Business Insider, Fox, NBC News, Weather Channel, CBS News. Top brands choose Taboola. Try now. Ooh.
For some reason, the advertising thing is just blank.
5 million daily active users, 9,000 digital profile partners, 4 billion content recommendations each month. All right. I feel like this is whatever we do, I think this is going to be maybe this is all that was valuable that came out of this conversation, but I just realized a strategy that I've been wanting to do. But this, the authority builders of like, as seen in, these big news outlets and blah, blah, blah. I bet you a huge majority of people who have those like authority builders, it's just from paid advertising. It's like, who cares how you are seen in it? It's like, if you advertise on those platforms, like through outlets that people recognize, like Business Insider, Fox, Forbes, NBC, whatever, it's like you're still there. You're still in front of those eyeballs, and then you get to put that banner on your advertising. But it's just one of those credibility builders. It's like, but it's like it's 1% more than people are doing. It's like if you've gone to the trouble of advertising in a professional marketplace, it's like that's the start. You get the ball rolling, but then you can also probably work on developing PR and actual like earned publicity where you become featured in articles and that sort of thing.
So I'm kind of distracted because I'm Googling, like, can you use ClickFunnels for adult content?
Uh-huh.
And like, they're just articles where it's like the first paragraph is like, hey, blah, 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 like keywords. And the second, like the rest of it is just like, this is ClickFunnels. This is why you need to get it. Here's my affiliate link. Go buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I even came across an article where there's the word adult, like, can you use ClickFunnels for adult content? And then there's two more words adult hidden in the page, written in white, disguised in the background. The only reason I found them was because I searched in the page adult. So I don't know if you can see it, but it's like that when you search and then you close that, and those two vanish.
Huh.
So they just wrote it in white so that the like Google would be like, oh, this term appeared like 3 times on the website when in fact you see it once.
Interesting. Traffic junkie.
I've tried to like learn, like when I'm needing help about ClickFunnels, I Google it. And there's like one article that I've come across like a dozen times where it's the exact same thing. It's like, hey, do you need help with this? This is the place. And then it's just one long freaking sales page for ClickFunnels with no help whatsoever.
Feature targeted audience. Advertising. We are benefits traffic statistics. That's really funny.
All right, well, I can't find funnels, so I'm probably gonna message them directly. But, all right, let's go. All right, Stripe does not allow adult content. Let's check PayPal. Just because, like, I feel like there's a lot of potential here, but if we can't sell it, there's no point in doing the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a whole, I mean, like a third of the internet is like the adult industry and people are making money somehow. I'm sure that there's,
Yeah,
it may be
definitely.
specialized tools, but, and it may be something we're like, okay, in order to build that for it to be profitable, it may be something we press pause on, but I think this is an interesting exercise in terms of like thinking through what assets already exist. It's like, oh, that's what we need to build at next, not starting from scratch, but it's like, oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff here that is marketable. We just need to do the part of the process. It's like connecting it with the people who value it enough to pay for it. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right. All right. All right, so PayPal does accept it to some degree, which means that you need to, like, PayPal requires pre-approval to accept payments for certain items and services as detailed below, and then there is adult content as one of those. So should technically be possible, but you need to be approved. I was Googling if there's like, 5 best payment processors for adult content, and unfortunately, it seems like none of them are compatible with ClickFunnels. So it's the struggle of finding one that allows you to do that you can integrate with ClickFunnels. Because the whole point is like, we want a service that integrates with ClickFunnels so that we can, run everything on ClickFunnels and at the same time have upsells and downsells and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it really valuable. So once again, not as easy as it seems, but it's probably doable.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, this is the thing. I was thinking about this more.
Dude, what if we launch a ClickFunnels equivalent for the adult industry?
Oh, dang, we'd make billions of dollars.
Oh no, not
Fuck you, money.
Dick funnels.
Yeah, I mean, it's like fuck you, money.
No, literally, yeah. Oh man.
Is there a is that a website, I wonder?
Probably.
What is fuck you?
It redirects to twitter.com/Jason. That is funny. Wow. Jason literally bought his own domain to redirect to Twitter. Okay, good for Jason. That's funny. Okay, I don't think we need to focus on this right now because we want to focus on our current business. But I think I should probably do the research on the back end to figure out all right, what payment processors could we use? Does ClickFunnels allows it? Would this be possible? And if so, I think we should circle back around to this because it feels like it could be a crap ton of money.
Yeah, it's definitely. I feel like what we're doing right now, which is building a business that seems to have market demand, and it's like I think what we're learning right now is the hard part. It's like learning the fundamentals of how to do the business. I think talking about it is actually more work than actually just like go get in front of somebody who kind of wants it and just work for free until you know what you need to know and then charge for it. And it's like you build it so much faster that it's sort of like you kind of like, why wouldn't you do that? It's like the amount of time. I mean, okay, if you value your time, then saving time is the most valuable thing you can do. And working, like providing value at low cost or for free, it's like saves you so much time that it's like you're literally paying yourself in hours saved. So it's like it's a shift. It's a different way of looking at the game. But when you're looking at it in the long term, it's like, holy cow, why didn't we realize this before?
And what I love about this is even if we don't end up doing this, you're in the mindset of how can we use things that we've already worked hard to create and make money from that. And it's like, I didn't realize, but I have a lot of pre-made assets.
Me too. Like that's how I think. I just build assets as I go. But like I have so many things that like if we get to the point where we have a business structure set up, then it's just a matter of like how do you listen to what the market is wanting and you pick an asset that you've already created and be like, I have this thing, do you want it? And it's like saying it in the way that the market says, heck yes. And then it's like you've just created another vehicle for money.
Or, in this case, fuck yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty excited about this.
You're excited.
Um,
See,
Funnel.com
bring
is not
pleasure to
taken.
men. But yeah, I feel like we're really unlocking something that we're going to be able to reuse over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But it would really, like, I kind of hope that's how it ends up working, just because it would be hilarious if, like, this is how, like, I make a crap ton of money from, like, porn. It's like, the thing that, like, caused me so many issues and I was addicted to. It's like, it caused so much, not pain, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
so much trouble for me in my life.
Yeah.
Like, it would be ironic if that's also what caused all the, like, amazing things too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really funny, like, but I think in some ways this is the same exact principle. It's like, where have you spent a lot of your life or your energy? It's like all that time, if you look at it as not something to push away, but it's like, I learned something here. I actually understand something really deeply about this. How do I use that? And in this case, it's like, well, we spent a lot of time understanding that audience and that experience. So we kind of like, we know it's valuable. We know it's a market where I think you have to figure out the strategy because there is so much competition at like the free level. So how do you make it, how do you position it to be more valuable? Um,
I just thought of a, like, free book, you pay the shipping offer.
I just thought of something else too. I wonder how many authors out there have pseudonyms where they've published erotica.
I don't know.
I have a suspicion. Okay, here's my conjecture. I bet you that there are world-class authors who wouldn't put their name on like a sex story, but they're writing good quality stuff. It's like that's how you stand out. It's like the market is saturated with like crappy, like not like it's all just, you know, the vast majority of the content is like horny dudes who have no creative ability and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna like write my own porn or whatever. But it's like, I bet you there's a lot of people who are skilled writers who've actually created stuff, but it's like, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time and energy on that because like I'm actually good at this. I can make money in another space, but maybe they hone their craft on that, or it's like just a fun pastime that's like whatever. But I would never show anybody that, or it's like I don't publish it under my own name. So if you could find a way to message to authors like, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I've been read by millions of people. The only challenge is the stories that have gotten the most traction are sex stories. It's like, so what do you do about that? It's like I want to find a way to help people make money off of that. And it's like, what better way to like lump in credibility than it's like these people are author, like you create the privacy and the filter, the smoke screen, but it's like you have a private place where authors who they know nobody's going to talk about this out in public if they don't want to. It's like they can kind of talk and strategize about ways that they've made money at stuff, but then you can say it's like we have the best world's best quality erotica written by some of the best authors like in the world, not just in the erotica space, but like real like names you would recognize, but because of the nature of it, it's like not everybody wants their name on it because it's going to dilute their brand, it's going to whatever. But it's like if if you like um if you like good quality writing, it's like here's where you go for that. And so then you can build these bundles based on like these are people who actually know how to write. They're not just goofing around. And so then you can charge, it's not like a $47 ebook. It's like this is for the people who are tired of crappy quality. It's like, well, this is how much would you pay for uh like a professional book? It's like $15 a story or something. It's like you can actually charge that when you have qualified and vetted the quality of authors. But it's like not everybody's going to do that. And so you do the same process, which is like really low cost or almost free to generate huge lists. But then it's like every so often your promo cycle is like, this is top notch stuff. It's like for the cost of what it would cost you to buy one book, get 10 or get a lifetime supply or whatever. And then you have, I don't know. I don't know why I don't know why I'm like still in this world because it's like
Just wondering how we would sell it, because this is more the mainstream that we're going after. And mainstream means, Facebook and Instagram and ads and stuff like that. And it's just like, in order to find those people, we need to target them. And in order to do that, we need to use mainstream platforms, and mainstream platforms refuse any topic that has anything to do with sex.
I
Plus, I
think
feel like it would be difficult to target those people. Like, how do you find them?
I I have a suspicion you could probably reach out to tons of like just direct message people, be like, hey, this might have nothing to do with any, like, this might be a shot in the dark. Like, I don't know how to reach these people because advertising is not really built for that. So I'm just directly reaching out to you. But like, I'm a published author. I've one of the highest rated authors in the Canadian young adult genre. Like I've written this many books, but like one of my most read and things is like erotica, but it's like that's not a part of my normal brand. But I'm trying to monetize that part of my thing under a totally different label without having my name attached to it. And I'm just doing a shot in the dark, like wondering if other authors that have, that are established, like have written stuff like this and just like kind of probe that industry. I bet you it's something that not a lot of people talk about.
I
And
feel it would work, but I also feel like it would be a lot of work.
maybe, but
And
I,
to
I
me,
kind of feel like at a certain level of success, like the author network is a very small network. I mean, it's like authors know the publishers, know the agents, like those people talk to each other. So I'll bet you at a certain level that people have had some of these like private discussions of like, oh yeah, I've written something. It's like that. I'll never show it to anybody. But like if somebody comes along and be like, hey, I'm finding a way to make money off of this, and you don't have to like promote it with your name attached to it, but we can talk about the fact that these are authors whose names you would recognize. And so that the quality is going to be better than the average stuff out there.
I'm just thinking like that would be like nearly impossible to pull off. But what if you found a way to convince big mainstream authors to write erotica? I feel like that would sell so much of like, like J.K. Rowling, who like writes an erotic story. Like that would sell like millions of copies just because people are like, I want to read that, even if I'm not into it, you know? Harry Potter and the dildo of destiny. I don't know. Or I guess an alternative would be like prove that you're a good writer and approach all these different successful authors and be like, hey, I want to write like an official erotic story that takes place in your world.
Okay, so like Anne Rice has written two like erotic novels under a pseudonym. Uh, Belinda and Exit to Eden were both. I would not be surprised if that's what a lot of the romance industry is. It's like established authors who like they have like different sub niches. Maybe targeting that niche. Um, maybe networking in that space. Like it's like, oh, here are the people who are like crushing this industry. Oh, turns out that they're actually like this person. It's like if you started networking in that, it's like you could find some of that things. And it's like, here's the hidden secret about really good erotic stories that you never knew is some of the names that you think you know, I don't know.
Um,
Who knows?
uh, imagine if that's why George R. R. Martin is taking forever to write the next.
He just makes so much more money writing erotic than he does Game of Thrones. It's like, did math, ain't worth my time.
But imagine like if he wrote erotica, like there would be like epic, like, 2000-page erotic novels with like 50 characters.
Dang, dude. Okay, so you could totally bill yourself as like the George R. R. Martin of erotic, like whatever the marketing is. I mean, literally just carve yourself out in each like the J.K. Rowling erotic stories or whatever, and it's like um, craft a persona. It's like this, you know, sexy. I don't know, whatever professional writer, MILF type, I don't know, whatever. It's like it's like you would never suspect, but like this person is the, I'm a professional author published with titles you might actually recognize, but oh, maybe that's the hook. You don't have to build it off of anybody else's credibility. It's like I'm somebody who is a professional writer who's written lots of stories. I've been read by millions of people, but my secret is that I actually write erotic fiction. I'm not telling you who my name is, but maybe you can guess. It's like you're just creating curiosity and intrigue. It's like, and then just label yourself like the king of, like the queen of whatever. It's like whatever the marketing is that needs to get people hooked into the story, and then it becomes like its own fantasy and its own game, and then it's like, it.
I mean, that's already kind of what I did. Not the whole like branding thing, but
Mhm,
like I had three different pen names because I wanted to
mhm,
try a few different things.
mhm,
And like to me, they were always characters. Like
mhm,
the pen name is a character that I created with a fictional life and
mhm.
fictional name and fictional friends. And like I created a character
Mhm,
life for that, like that pen name.
mhm,
And it's like I already have the because like I there was that main pen name and then like I wanted to try different things, but it didn't really make sense to use the same pen name. So I'm like, I'm going to create two other pen names. And I created in such a way it's like all three of them are friends, and they kind of like publish under this umbrella like
Mm,
company or title that I selected. And it's like
nice.
I could even use that for the funnel of like
Mm,
I sell the main one with like let's say
mhm.
200 titles or whatever, and then there's the bump sale of like another 104 like quickies.
Oh my gosh.
Plus, like the upsells on the back end is like, do you want also like another 100 titles from these two authors that are
Uh-huh.
part of the same group?
Yeah, but that's even better. It's like these authors are like, we like each one of us has been read by millions of readers because it's all the same person. It's like, I mean, just really like laying on the credibility of like, um, these are people who know how to write. And because I mean, I think on some level, like for me being in the target market, it's like when I would like look for something to read, I would spend more time looking for something than I ever would reading, just because I'm like, I mean, part of it is just the psychology of browsing and like hunting, but like part of it also is because so much of it is shit. You're like, you start reading something that like the title is, and you're like, this is no. It's like,
I used to buy a lot of books. So it's like I found like websites where you can buy like used books for relatively cheap. And it's like there are
mhm,
certain series I'm like, all right, I want to read that series. So I
mhm,
just every once in a while I find it and buy it. And it's like I would have like at some point I had like over 100 books in advance that I hadn't read.
mm,
And sometimes it'd be like a 7 book series, like sold millions of copies. I start reading the first one. I'm just like, this sucks so much
mm.
that I end up not even reading the rest of the book or the series, but I already bought all 7 of them.
Mhm.
I don't know where I was going with that.
Okay,
The thing
I
is,
feel
like,
like,
have you ever heard of the what's it called? The the city of Ember of Amber. They made like a movie.
yeah.
So the movie was decent, like it wasn't great, but it was okay. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna read the books. So I bought all 4 books in the series, started reading, and it was just really, really boring and really crappy, yet it sold millions of copies. And ironically, back when I
Mm,
was writing before I first published, I reached out to a bunch of different authors to get feedback, and she was one of the ones who responded. And she gave me some feedback of like, oh, you need to like build up exposition, get us to know the character before the story begins. And I'm like, I disagree. So I published it the way it was. And later, after that, I ended up reading her book, only the first one because it was boring. I'm like, you're telling me that I need exposition when your entire book is exposition and it's boring as hell. And I'm like, but you sold millions of copies. And she legit, like in the email, she's like, hey, this is my feedback. But in all honesty, I do not read these kinds of books. I only wrote it because my publisher thought it would be a good seller.
mhm.
And I'm like, all right, she doesn't enjoy that kind of books. It's really not good, but it sold a bunch of copies. So
Hey,
it's like, it doesn't really mean anything anymore, you know?
yeah, I'm just looking at like this lady that wrote the Vampire Chronicles, like Anne Rice.
Yeah.
So she wrote 5 erotic novels. Like 2 of them were just individual stories, and then she did a trilogy about Sleeping Beauty. That and like those books, those 5 books make her about $50,000 in royalties each year, and her real name's not attached to it. It's like just the books by themselves. Now, she probably, because she's a well-known author, knows the business of how to sell books. So they probably have the right marketing and funnel and stuff in place for those things to work. But
Well,
it's
it's
like,
also because I feel like it was probably mainstream published, and it seems like it would be easy to get a publisher when you're like, hey, I'm Anne Rice. I
Mhm.
want to write an erotic series under a different pen name, they're like, of course we want to do that. So they're going to put a lot more publishing money and effort behind it just
Yeah.
because they know it's her, even though the audience doesn't.
Mhm. Well, she did the same thing that you did. It's like they were stuff that she wrote when, like in the 80s, like when she was way younger. So it's like it wasn't,
Youthful indiscretions.
yeah, pretty much. She's like, it was some sort of like, what did she say? An obsession of youth or something. So it's like, yeah, I didn't have anything better to do, basically. I'm just a writer funneling my energy somewhere.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, that's why I started like back when I was young. I wrote the first
Uh-huh.
ones when I don't know, 15, something like that. And it's like we lived in the country, we had dial-up internet. It would take 5 minutes to load one picture. Porn was not
Uh-huh.
an option, so I had to find ways to entertain myself.
Romance novelist. Romantic suspense.
I
Interesting.
just realized, is gay romance novels bromance novels?
Romance novels. That would be hilarious.
But it would be hilarious if it's like I worked so long and so hard on my book series, but it's like I end up getting read by millions and making millions from the erotica that I never really gave a crap about.
Yeah. Oh, dude. But that's the thing. It's like I think you can create like a self-promoting cycle. It's like I've been read by millions of people to sell your normal books. And then it's like uh you make the adult stuff make money. And then it's like I'm an author that's made, hundreds or thousands or millions of dollars, like writing, like all of that stuff can keep cycling back to sell your other stuff. Like
It's
all of
true
that
because
credibility is still, you just have like different areas where you're using that. And then you just keep, you know,
and
trading the,
if I word it in the right way, I can say I'm a best-selling author who has been read by over 10 million people. Like that
that's,
is
and
real.
that is absolutely true.
Exactly. And it's like, okay, it's not like it gives the impression that it's something different,
Yeah.
but everyone does that.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like even mainstream authors,
Mm-hmm.
like they totally do that. It's like, ooh, best-selling author. And if you do the research, they're never on any best-selling list. Like it
Yeah.
can be like best-selling author on Amazon in one category. And it's like, yep,
Mhm.
technically you're a best-selling author.
Yeah. Dude, this is my genius. This is my like zone of what I do better than anybody else. Is like I just keep digging and keep digging, keep digging. Like just continue getting to know people long enough to like realize what stuff like you can rearrange and organize. So it's like this is your professional persona. Because everybody is, the thing is like what you just said, even real like professional authors do that. It's like they're normal people. They're just like doing the same thing that you and I are doing, except they're making money at it. It's like you and
Yeah.
I talk for like
They're
five
just like
hours a
that,
day.
they're not losers.
But like they are losers. It's like
Yeah.
if you've met people who are famous or like creatives or people who are like have run businesses and you meet them in real life, you're like, you're just a normal jack off like me. Why are you making money and I'm not? It's like just
Yeah.
because they know one thing that you don't, which is like the skill of making money, which is you outsource a ton of the work to people who do it. You find the right ways to say what it is about what you have that people value. But it's like everybody has something about their life that they've done over and over and over and over that when you present it the right way, because what you just said, it's like you're a multiple book published author, best-selling author that's been read by tens of millions of people. Like that is, in terms of authorship, that is a highly credible byline. It's like there are lots and lots of business owners who have written books who are making money on Amazon, but it's like, they've had a few hundred sales, or something. It's like that's the only place that they've published. They haven't done what it actually takes to be an author, which is like you gotta just put your stuff a gajillion places for people to find it and read it. And it's like at some point you get in front of enough people that the people who want to read it will want your stuff. And then it's just a matter of like continuing to that, because that title of read by millions of people is now an asset that is, you can stamp that on almost everything that you create that has anything to do with authorship. So like you have all of you are the product of $1 million business. We just haven't turned that into something that everybody else can see. Oh, dude, this guy's got I should learn from this guy, or I should pay this guy because like he's a millionaire. He's like it's just like that slow process of discovering, oh, the person I am is actually valuable enough for everybody else to like see me a totally different way than I have experienced myself.
I'm the kind of person who's like, I don't want to give false impressions. So it's like wording it that way. It's like, even though every single statement is true, it gives a different impression that is false. Yet, I know that everyone in the industry does that. That's just how it works. So it's like, I'm better than that. But in fact, it's like by trying to be better than that, I'm just being dumb and limiting myself.
Right, exactly. I mean, there's some sense of like, if you're doing that process to help yourself feel better about something and you're using it to hide behind, it's like if you don't accept yourself just as you are, as like just a normal person feeling. It's like, oh, I need that title to make me feel better. It's like you're trying to deceive people into thinking something that you don't believe you are. Then I think that's where the trap is. It's like when you're lying to other people, you're lying to yourself. It's like when you're doing it from a place of, okay, I'm rearranging facts so that you see authority, you see values, but it's because that's who I am. It's like I'm helping you see what's actually true by doing that. Like I'm going to extra work to help you discover what I already know about myself.
I just realized something. Even though, like, I created an online course and, I don't know, I was never paid as a motivational speaker, but I gave like some speeches and I was a coach for a brief period. The way that I helped people the most was through my erotica. And I don't mean like the whole I bring joy to like a bunch of people. It's like, no. In the beginning, there was two girls because certain of the stories were like lesbian themed, and two girls reached out saying like, oh, I like this girl, but I don't know if she likes me back. Like, I don't know what to do. And I'm just like, hey, you have nothing to lose. Just kind of like encourage them to, give it a try. And both of them got in relationships, and one of them ended up getting married. So I'm like,
wow.
I had a bigger impact on people's lives with erotica than I did with anything else that I've ever done.
That's really funny. But that's true from one perspective. It's like from maybe a professional place as an author, that may be true. I would argue that you have had like a huge impact on me from like your friendship, and you could paint a picture that what you have been doing our entire friendship is motivational speaking. It's like you're just talking at me. And it's literally motivating me to like become a runner, to do a business. And it's like,
Dude,
and it's about to make us a whole bunch of money.
dude, it's not motivational speaking. It's motivational living.
Hmm.
Like, I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm a motivational liver.
Oh,
And not like, a liver as in part of the body. But it's just like, I live my life in this way and it motivates other people to
mhm.
live their best life.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how you'd say this, but yeah, I think you're right.
Well,
It's
not
like,
motivational liver, because people are like, wait, you're a body part? What? You're an organ?
yeah, like it's like you're a motivational being, or like you're I'm trying to, I don't know what the words are. I'm sure this is something that it's like, this is where the marketing would help. It's like figure out what the market wants from the motivational space that it hasn't given them. And then that's what you become. But I think there is something to be said about that. It's like the way that I transform you is not by like saying some cool stuff at you in like a speech or in a book, and then you get excited from it. It's like, it's by actually providing you access to me and to my life, and doing that in a way that by seeing what it really looks like to live out loud and to follow your dreams, like you're just going to get to a place where like you have to do it too.
I just realized something. We're in the whole mindset of how do we use the assets that we have to generate money?
Mhm.
What we fail to realize is we are the biggest asset we ever owned and the biggest asset we will ever own. So we need to monetize ourselves. That is how we will truly become rich.
My God. So we literally we could be, I mean, I don't know what the right way to build it out is, but I think literally just with results, like with results and with numbers, and it's just going to take it some time to build up those things and discover those things, or find the things that we already have that we just, oh snap, we could use this. But I think we could probably have a membership where it's like we only let the people in that we want to be friends with, because that's how this works. But it's like, this is an exclusive, like high end, very, very expensive mastermind. It's like by being friends with us, it will radically change the trajectory of where you're going for in a way that's massively valuable.
I don't know how this would work, but if we become the product, everything we've ever done, no matter how unrelated it seems,
Mhm.
becomes a selling point.
Yeah.
Because if what I'm selling is me, it's like, hey, I'm a best-selling author. I've
Mhm.
been read by over 10 million people. I've sold everything that I own to travel the world. I've run ultra marathons. I've done all these things that are completely unrelated. But if what I'm selling is me, then it is completely related. And I think that's what's going to unlock everything for us. Because if we realize we are the product, we're what delivers value, it really doesn't matter what we create because we know we're going to be able to deliver on it.
Mhm.
So it's about broadcasting like, hey, we've accomplished these amazing things. We transform people's lives. This is the way we can help you. But that's just like a means to an end. It's like, hey, we're going to help you build your Facebook group. It's like, yes, but what really allows the transformation is interacting with us.
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't matter what we sell or how we sell it, as long as people are attracted to it, because like
Yeah.
we deliver it by being ourselves.
Mhm. Hmm.
Literally go around like creating irresistible offers and just deliver it by being us.
That's crazy.
How deep in the virtual coach program did you get?
I did virtually nothing. The virtual coach program gave me virtually no, like I looked at the program, I was like, there's so much stuff here. I don't know where to start. I'm not gonna do this. And I just pretty much like I hung out in the Facebook group and you know connected with a few people, but like you're literally the only person I remember from that program. And like I didn't look at any of the material. I watched like one of James videos and that was about it. I was like, I'm not gonna do this.
Okay. Well,
There's too
anyway,
much stuff here.
one of the things he was talking about is like when you're coaching business, like you are the brand. And it's like, I understood that, but it's like, I didn't realize how much of an impact it truly has.
Mhm.
And it's like, he would say like your life is your marketing. So it's like, live the kind of life that will show your clients
Mhm.
that you're the person to teach them what they want to learn.
I think I shouldn't think. I should just do. Let me go to the bathroom again. I've been drinking so much water. I'm just
You know, the fact that we've been talking about, sex on and off, and the fact that he's going to the bathroom repeatedly is oddly suspicious. Then again, he's not taking his computer with him, but he does have his phone. Yeah, it is still suspicious. No, I'd be very, very surprised. That would be hilarious, though. I'm a fan of that room because there's a fan on the ceiling. It's fun talking to yourself when no one's there. It would be hilarious. Also, like this is the one episode that goes viral and a crap ton of people watch it. Literally me lying in bed talking about porn. Uh, uh, oh wow, it's almost 12.
okay. So I
Dude,
think what?
realize something. Remember before we started the YouTube channel when we were like, all right, let's do an OnlyFans channel. This is it. Us, like I'm lying in bed, we're talking about porn for hours on end. This is it.
Dang. We totally should have an OnlyFans channel where it's like how to make millions.
That could actually work.
I wonder if there are any OnlyFans. All right, I'm gonna sign up for OnlyFans just for the hell of it.
Uh, I just feel like there's so much potential to this just because using the structure of a funnel and the offer stack and irresistible offer and everything, combined with sex, like I've never seen that done ever. And it feels like it would be kind of like taking two things that are already irresistible, combining them together into something that's like so irresistible that it's going to break the internet.
Yeah. Okay. So there's two things that I think are really like there's a lot of money here because I think most of the other funnel platforms don't allow adult sales on their platform because they just don't want to be known for that. But if you're like, well, I'll be the guy, like if we build the ClickFunnels equivalent of funnel builder for, oh dude, we wouldn't even need to build a software. I mean, funnel building platforms just make the process easier. But if you just had a funnel building agency, and you can create like a WordPress theme or something that does all of the steps of a funnel. And you could, I mean, you could have somebody on Fiverr whip that stuff out. And if you just had like, so here's the 3 designs, you only get these options. They don't care. All they care about is making money. It's like, so let's plug in the stuff for your brand. It's like, and then you build out like a business that's niched out enough that if you can get people making money, you just do that long enough till you can create a funnel platform. It's like we've established that this works in this industry, and we're gonna like, and here's our product that makes it easy for you to do what we've done in our agency. We've charged tens of thousands of dollars. You can get in for like $300. You can have access to our platform and do all of the same things, make killing. And it's, I mean, in some respects, like OnlyFans and platforms like that do create some amount of safety. It's like for kids who are like getting into the adult industry, it's like they have a lot of their own autonomy to be able to do stuff without having to get sucked into somebody else exploiting them. But I mean,
You realize you said get sucked, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's something interesting to explore for sure.
Yeah, I feel like
I would be surprised. I would be really surprised if there isn't something like that out there. And if there is, like, just use it, like use it right away. If there isn't, it's like that could be a highly lucrative thing. You could probably actually sell that to investors. Be like, there isn't a thing like this. Here's the market report. Here's the projections. It's like there needs to be something like this, and it will make billions. Help us build out.
Oh, dude, like we could pitch this to ClickFunnels of like, hey, let's create like an equivalent of ClickFunnels that uses the exact same system.
Yeah.
Everything's the same, but it's like you focus on the adult industry, and instead of ClickFunnels, it's ClickFunnels.
Yeah. It's like,
but I feel like that's how you create your own red ocean. It's like find a blue ocean, like, you know, funnels, and a blue ocean, or sorry, red ocean.
yeah.
I flipped him, my bad. You find like a red ocean like funnels and a red ocean like adult industry, combine the two, and you have a blue ocean, and you have access to like 2 huge industries.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, if you kind of like start smaller and build out funnels and get like, you know, feedback and stuff, you could approach like big companies where it's like all they do is sell the membership. But it's like if you create a funnel for them, you come up with offers where they can make upsell. It's like if they go from like, just getting a subscription for like $30 a month, let's say,
Mhm,
to making a subscription, getting a subscription for $30 per month,
mhm.
plus making on average $50 on the front end. You could be like, hey, I'm going to do this for you for free. I just get like $5 for every single person.
Mhm.
It's like if you get a huge platform like, I don't know, I'm using Pornhub as an example, but it's like, I don't
Mhm.
know how millions of people, like premium members are on there, but probably a lot.
I just logged in. Here, I'm just gonna share my screen.
Into
Um,
OnlyFans or Pornhub?
that I'm
You
on
logged
only I'm on OnlyFans.
in.
I guess we are streaming this to YouTube. Maybe I won't share my screen in case something comes up. But like, there's like the feed on here of like I think they're aggressively trying to market to a wider audience than just adult content because there's a lot of there like everything that I'm seeing that's featured on here has nothing to do with adult stuff.
From what
So
I've
there's a
seen,
lot of
like a
people.
lot of it is like adult industry, but not like explicit. It's kind of like behind the scenes, and you get to
Mhm.
know and interact with the person, but they're in the adult industry.
Yeah. So
Of fitness on there.
I think they're trying to become more like a Patreon type platform where it's like you can monetize your thing, but they I
Or
don't
yeah,
think does Patreon have adult content?
I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe this is their strategy all along was like niche into the like the porn industry and then broaden out. Because wasn't there a thing where like OnlyFans said they weren't gonna do adult content anymore? And then like their fan base was like, what? No. Oh, maybe that was Tumblr.
Maybe. Yeah, I do remember something about that
Like
of
there was
like,
some big knee jerk
like
reaction, and then they're
4
like,
hours on
ah, JK.
like, my bad, my bad. They're like, we don't want to be associated with porn. It's like without porn, your platform does not exist.
Yeah, OnlyFans reverses porn ban after backlash from users. So like that could totally be like a PR stunt. It's like we want
Yeah.
to attract people who are not in the porn industry. So they're like, we're no longer doing porn. Like, so that it's like they're all over the news. It's like that's what they're, everybody associates with that. But then it's like they know they get a lot of money from that industry. So they're, oh, just kidding. Our market said we can't do that. But like now they have people, now they're seen as like a brand that is more friendly to people who are not just in that.
Maybe.
So it's like, I don't know. That's it's really interesting. Yeah, like a lot of exercise stuff on here. There was some channel that's like washing cows. I don't know, what are they doing? Oh, model farmers. They're a bunch of women who work on a farm. This is
Like,
hilarious.
I get how that would work if it's guys, like cowboys, shirtless and stuff like
Uh-huh.
that, but women just seems weird.
Yeah. There's like
Okay.
cooking channels on here with like skanky looking. I mean, like it's basically like softcore adult entertainers who are like, this is their thing, but they're using sex appeal to sell their like
What
that's
if
one of the
we,
things that they're differentiating themselves with is like,
I feel like an untapped market would be people, mostly women, who like do streaming. It's like that's their business. What if we like approach them and pitch them like, hey, we're going to build a funnel for you,
mhm,
and you already have the existing audience. All you need to do is direct that audience to that funnel, and we'll
mhm.
like create an irresistible offer for you, and we just make like 15% on the back end or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
And it's like,
honestly, like they already have an offer if they have an OnlyFans account, they've got a membership. So if you target them, it's like, here's a way to get way more people into your membership. So like you basically build sales pages based on all of the benefits of following this person. And then I think the thing to figure out is like, how do you make them attracted to a cold market?
But I just mean like, because their thing, like the way they make money is by continuously creating content.
Mhm.
And it's like they're limited by that. Whereas like if we're like, hey, we can build you a funnel for like a thing that you create once.
Mhm.
So let's say like, I don't know, a film or whatever, it's like whatever, you're the
Mhm.
one who creates it, like that's not our job.
Yeah,
But it's like something that your audience would want.
yeah,
And we created a funnel for that. And it's like you just direct your audience to there. And it's
yeah.
like if like because I feel like some of those people have like big audience, like millions of people.
Mhm.
So it's like if they have that audience and if we find the right offer for that audience and build a funnel using the strategy and the irresistible offer and the offer stack and everything, it's like we could help people have like $1 million launches. And if we're making like 10% on the back end, it's like we just made $100,000 from building a funnel.
Yeah.
And
Dang.
it's like that model, like that funnel model, does not really exist for that industry.
Mhm.
So we're literally offering them something new, something that they weren't really aware of because people in that industry don't understand, like they don't know normal business.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that there are maybe some people who are savvy enough to know what a funnel is, but if the only work you've done is like a cursory, like, oh, none of the funnel platforms let you do adult stuff. Well, I guess I'll just stick with my whatever thing I'm doing. It's like, if we offer that, it's like, we'll do it for you. Like, we'll create you something that doesn't exist, but you know the value of it. So it's literally the Facebook offer. It's like, um, launch your group in 30 minutes. Like people who know they need a group, we're like, okay, I want this resource. It's like the people who know about it or know it's valuable, they still don't have the like motivation or the like whatever the resource to be able to do it themselves. But as I'm testing this thing of like, I'll just do it for you. It's like that's valuable enough for those people. And it's like now I think I can start charging for it now because I have some social proof and like the longer I keep doing it, like if I can just make enough to make the sales calls, like the time pay for itself, but then like we just keep doing it long enough, somebody's gonna have done it and then start getting business results from it. It's like, yeah, like this was the strategy I was gonna go all in on. I just started growing my group. Like I actually don't have to work nearly as much in my business. Like all other things that we're promising, somebody's gonna see the value of it and actually execute on it and do it. And then it's like now it becomes infinitely more valuable. We charge more for it, do more group type stuff. But if we did the exact same thing, it's like create a funnel to get more people into your adult membership. It's like, well, there aren't funnel platforms. Like that's what our agency does. We will build you the funnel that gets you lots more traffic into your thing, or you have a product that you can sell over and over and over and over again. So you can make money without having to generate content all the time. So you can actually start taking vacations. You can like grow your audience and your fans without having to be tied to the job.
Time.
I mean, this is like a predictable business.
Predictable. Wow, this is too easy.
Because like I was talking to Marcus, the guy that helped set up when I set up the Facebook group. He helps barbers and like beauty professionals. And
Yeah.
he's selling the exact same thing. It's like he's helping barbers like build a business that's not tied to the chair. It's like step away from the thing where you're trading time for money. And that's what a lot of these girls are doing. It's like, I'm just constantly having to like put myself out on display. And like part of it maybe they enjoy the attention, they enjoy like the making it stuff. But like there's gonna be times when you're like, I'm tired. I want to not do this. And it's like you can't do that consistently. You can't just do whenever you want if you have an audience and that's the only source of income. But if you have things that sell for you on their own, then at some point it's like, I don't have to do this. I'm going to do this when I want to do this. Then it's not your only source of revenue, and you can still grow your audience because you're not dependent on that audience remaining engaged. You're like bringing in new people.
Yeah, and I just feel like that audience, like they're used to already paying for that. So you know that they're buying audience, and most of them are men. And in general, men, when they're in that mindset, money is really not a concern.
Yeah.
If you put the right offer in front of them, they're going to buy. It's like, if we try this once and we get results, we can be like, hey, we got results. And then we approach a bigger person. It's like, if we get to the point where it's like, we helped someone else in your industry that you may know, and they had $1 million loss.
This girl has a channel called Hustle with Ann. And so she has conversations on business strategy, stocks, crypto, real estate, and more. But I'm assuming this is a podcast. I mean, it's like you don't see tons of like what the actual channel or subscription is unless you subscribe. But it's like, I think she has like a business podcast where she does it like in her underwear. A lingerie business so like there are sharp, savvy women who are doing this. It's like, if you just step in and be like, I'm not going to educate you on that, you already know the stuff. It's like, if you have been thinking, man, I sure wish I could get a funnel in my business. It's like, and they're used to doing everything themselves. They're used to like, it's like they're in hustle grind mode, and they're like, how do I get more for less? It's like, that's what we could step in and do, is start helping people in that industry. I bet you there's people there that are just waiting for somebody to show up and be like, hey, we can help you leverage what you're already doing and make even more from it.
And I'm just thinking, like, from the audience's perspective. So it's like, let's say it's like, streaming and everything is like, okay, it's great. But it's like, what if you come along and like that person just offers like, hey, I just filmed like a professional video and I'm the star. Do you want to go buy it? You're going to be like, wait, I already enjoy this like amateur thing, like professional. Hell yeah. I'm sure there's ways to kind of like create irresistible offers for the audience, and for the content creator, or like, it's kind of like an irresistible offer for them. It's like, you just need to create that thing once, then you get paid over and over, and we build a funnel.
Oh, dude, I'm just realizing like I have a lot of expertise to serve this market. I'm professional videographer. Like if I built out like a video course on like, here's the things that you need as a solo entrepreneur to make your stuff look professional, because it's really not that hard to make stuff look top notch. It just takes more time. But if your goal is not build a content engine that's like high quality, it's like, maybe I'm just going to do this like 1 or 2 projects a year. And it's like, I'll do like a high end thing. And then that's my little paycheck to myself. It's like a little $20,000 bonus. It's like for a month or so of work.
Dude, if we end up doing this, you realize that those, I mean, I don't know exactly how many years, but all those years of being addicted to porn was market research.
Yeah, we could totally advise, like, because I know the stuff that I'm like, I would click on that except for whatever. It's like, the stuff that's like, I would, click on it and then you instantly click away. It's like, what are the things that get you to click and stay? And like, we already understand that psychology, that process. And then like talking to the market, we know how to like pull feedback from people, so that like when we're talking to the customers, the people who are really like we know how to sort that information and categorize it, or like store it in a way that's very valuable. I have a really sneaking suspicion that the vast majority of this industry is run on just mass content. Like there probably aren't a lot of like copywriters and like data driven stars who like, I mean, maybe what the market is asking from us is like, maybe what our business is like, we make porn stars rich. Like we take you from amateur to like millionaire.
Dude, you know what I just realized?
Hmm.
If we build out this funnel for the erotica,
Mhm.
we can use that funnel to demonstrate what we're going to build for them. And at the same time, we can make it part of the deal that you promote our funnel to your audience. So we're getting paid twice. We make a commission off every sale they make from the funnel that we built for them,
Mhm.
and they promote our funnel.
Yeah. I feel like referral work in this industry would probably be really valuable because girls tend to talk to each other a lot, and like the ones who have been around the industry like as a professional, like they talk to each other about who's safe and who's not. And there's lots of, I mean, I read stories about like people who are professional actresses who either dip their toe into the professional pornographic industry, like where they're cranking out movies and stuff. They talk about like it's grueling work, it's hard work, and it's like it's not always fun. And you don't get paid nearly as much as you kind of are like you're attracted by the industry of like, hey, you can make so much money by just like having fun, having sex, like, it's like, but in reality, it's not that great. And I think that's what the appeal of being a solopreneur is like, I'm going to do this on my own terms. I don't have to do it with anybody. I don't have to have anybody like um, coming into my space or anything. And so it's, I don't know. This is really interesting.
It is. And by the way, I have to make the joke just because it came up before. When you were saying like they've been in here like in the industry for a while, so it's like they've been around the clock a couple of times. So I had to say it.
But yeah, it would be really interesting to see if uh, like maybe that's the sell is like we'll make you rich while keeping you safe. It's like you can build a business in this industry. It's like you found something that you kind of enjoy. It can make the potential of it making lots of money, but you don't want to go the professional route because you either have tried it and you don't want that experience, or people who have been there and they're like, don't do it. So like if we can figure out what, I don't know, I guess we have to ask ourselves, is that really the business we want to get into? And maybe we just start with the erotica and that kind of stuff. But
I feel like because the thing is like sex sells, so it would work really well. I don't think, I mean, I've never seen anyone use funnels in that industry, so it would work really well.
Yeah.
And we're already approaching people with audiences.
It's true.
It's like we could literally go on Pornhub and find like amateurs who have a channel with like a bunch of people and just be like, hey, I noticed that you're kind of doing this for fun or getting paid. I don't know if like Pornhub like pays people for views and stuff like that on YouTube. I don't know if that's what they do. Or like, hey, you have a built-in audience. Do you want to monetize that audience? Build you a funnel. All you need to do is create the product once or create your membership or whatever. And it's like, you get paid over and over again. And it's like, you have a pre-existing audience. So it's like, we don't have to go through the work. And that's the downside, I think, in the industry that we're in right now.
Yeah.
It's like,
We're trying to work with people who don't know how to have an audience. Yeah. Okay, you know what? This is really good because if we give people who have audiences but not the business side of things all the tools they need to really leverage their audience right. Because like all they have to do is like with a few questions, like ping their audience, like tell me what you want. So it's like I'm thinking about creating like a full length, like high-end thing. It's like let's have a poll. What is this audience interested in? And then it's like they can literally get from there people who are already paying them. It's like, ooh, you're gonna do that and build the thing that your audience will pay for. It's like literally that guy's t-shirt question is like, if I do this, and that, what would you buy? Not like, it's like, what would you buy if I did this? And I'll do it for you guys. And then it's like, you get your name on it or whatever. It's like put messages in it or whatever that market is asking for it. So if we show them, here's how to get the market feedback from your people. And probably the savvy ones are already doing some of that stuff, but then it's like, we'll build out the product funnel for you.
And I think the beauty of this is, well, first of all, we're finally being smart. Whereas before we're like, let's just find other people kind of like us, but slightly different that we can kind of help and charge them for. But now it's like, no, we're approaching people in a completely different industry. Most of them have no idea how any of this works. So even though we're not experts, I mean, we are more than the average, but it's like, even though we're not like, millionaires or have like 10,000 clients, it's like, from their perspective, we are the experts.
Right.
Like we dominate this field because they don't know it. And we are the ones approaching, hey, we can help you do this.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think that's what we've been missing so far. We've been like so stuck in our little world of like entrepreneurship that we're like, all right, how do we help entrepreneurs? What's the spin? What's the twist we can put on there? It's like, just go outside that industry and take everything we know from business and just offer that service to someone else in a different industry.
Okay. I think there's something here. Because one of the consistent pieces of feedback that I get a lot is I tend to be attractive to female entrepreneurs for whatever reason. I guess I give off like a safe vibe or something. But like I've gotten a lot of feedback from these women who find my advice helpful. It's like you explain things in a way that I understand. Like you speak in a way that most guys like who are like I understand you when you're talking. And I think most guys focus a lot on the stuff and the object, like the how, which women don't naturally speak that language. They don't think that way. And I think I can go to the emotion and it's like, well, here's what it does for you. Here's how you need to, I translate it through metaphor and analogy and stuff so that they get it. And so like, this could be an area that like could be very profitable for lots of people.
I like how the end result of all of this is we're just bringing even more pleasure to even more men.
Well,
like, I mean, even though the people we're serving are women, the end result is we're helping a crap ton of men be very, very happy.
Yeah. But I mean, what a better way to do it. It's like, okay, there's one level where it's like, you're just entertaining the guys. And then there's this other level where it's like, the way that we entertain the guys is we help the women who are doing the entertaining make lots of money and be a lot happier while doing it. And so then more guys it's like, you keep going, you're working your way up the chain. It's like, you can only help one person. So are you going to help the one person down at the bottom of the levels? It's like, thank you, I didn't know how to do any of this. And you do all the work for them basically. And you get very little because they don't understand the value of it. Or you go all the way up to the top of the food chain and you're like, I can do this thing. It's worth lots and lots. And they understand the value of that. They pay you that. And then everybody down the chain in the ecosystem benefits.
I just realized that I forget what I realized. Because I was waiting for you to be done to say, and then I'm like, I start speaking, I'm like, crap, I forgot.
Story of my life. Everybody's.
Oh yeah, okay. One strategy to create a red ocean is to take blue ocean, is to take an oversaturated red ocean and completely flip it on its head. So as an example, one of the guys who got the 2 Comma Club awards, he's like, all right, the ocean that I'm going to target is going to be MLM. And like that is oversaturated. But his approach was MLM is bullshit. I'm going to teach you how to do MLM so you don't ever need to tell your friends or family or bug anyone. So he took the whole like principle of MLM and flipped it on its head. And that's why he was successful. And I think that's what we're touching upon on this, because in porn, it's like you build a company and you hire women to, provide the entertainment. And that's always the strategy. Whereas now it's like, no, we're going into that industry, which is flawed, which is exploiting women, and we're giving women the control. So it's not like, ooh, porn is wrong, you shouldn't do it. It's like, you should do it, but you should be benefiting from it.
Right.
Not
like
company.
Nobody can tell you whether you should do it or not. If you've already made that decision and it is a place where you've decided for you it's right, then great. Like we'll support you doing that in the most like financially rewarding and safe, like empowering way that you can do it. It's like we're not here to convince people to do porn. We're just like the people who've already figured out, oh, like I can be good at this, and like help you do it in a way that's, a lot more beneficial in so many different ways.
Ooh. And if like we do this and it works, we could even start creating like a network of all the people that we help. And they could come together and like create their own network that is run by them. Not like a company and they were getting hired to like, be actresses. It's like we own the company, we run it, we decide what we do. Man, this could completely revolutionize things.
That's
like for once,
nobody is doing this.
That's the downside. Whenever it's like related to porn, people are like kind of like ashamed of like, I'm just doing it because of the money. Whereas if you find a way to empower people and give them control, then all that shame and embarrassment goes away and they're like proud of what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just doing it for the money can be, I mean, if you think of doing it for the money as a bad thing, then it's like, you're going to constantly be fighting the guilt of that. I mean, I'm at the place now where I'm realizing like doing it for the money is like, I've constantly pushed that away because I'm like, oh, there's other things that are more meaningful or more important. But I'm like, no, money's just like a representation of whatever you're going to make it. So doing it for the money, so to speak, is like, are you doing it for like helping the world get better? Or are you doing it for like doing it for the money? It's like, it doesn't, whatever.
The thing is, I feel like this is the first business idea we've come up with where the backstory makes sense.
Yeah.
Like we were both addicted to porn for a long time and embarrassed of it. I was in the porn industry and the erotica industry. It's like, it's slightly different, but it's still the same thing. It's like, there were times where I did it for the money and I didn't necessarily enjoy it. And there was a lot of time I was embarrassed by it and hiding it from friends and family. Like we've been there, we've experienced it. We know what you're going through and we have this skill set to help like for the business part of it. And it's like, that's the thing. Most successful businesses or entrepreneurs, like there's always that kind of like backstory of like, I was in an accident and I was paralyzed and then a chiropractor helped me and I was healed and I became a chiropractor and that's why I help people.
Yeah.
It's like now for the first time we have that backstory.
Yeah. And I think on some level too, it's like you and I have both gone through enough growth that it's like we're not here to prove anything to anybody. And it's like it's like we can show up in a way that it's like our genuine desire is to help. Like we're not here to make a bunch of money exploiting people. It's like, well, we found a niche that nobody's tapped into. It's like, It's like, no, like a big part of why we're doing what we're doing and trying to become successful is like, this is how we can make an impact on people. It just so happens it's like the place where we can make an impact is here. It's like we genuinely will care about these people. Like we genuinely care about like the stuff that we're promising about like being safer, like being able to avoid the like being chewed up and spit out by the the industry. It's like all of that stuff is real. Like if we can build a little tribe of people who we feel like that feel we've given them their own autonomy and freedom and like they're making good money doing it and like that's how we make our money. It's like I feel really good about that. Like I don't feel like I'm taking advantage of anyone. I don't feel like anybody would experience us that way. I mean, if you're afraid, if that's what you're going to project and assume, like I'm not here to change your mind, but like I feel like I'd be just as happy serving that audience if it's really making it like a difference as
And on
brand
the
new
plus,
entrepreneurs who want to get into
on
coaching.
on the plus side, we can watch porn. It's like, I'm just working. No, I don't really feel like we need that at this point.
Yeah, it's
I
just
feel
really,
like we have the creativity to come up with like a strategy or an irresistible offer that people would pay for, even though they're like used to the whole business model of, pay X amount like per month to get access to like thousands and thousands of scenes. It's like, no, if you like this person, you follow this person. If we create like, I don't know, we come up with like a strategy or like a plan of like, all right, you film like these 10 scenes, let's say, it's like, it's a narrative. So it's like, it's a series. It's like focused on you. And it's like, people want to watch it because it's you, because they like you, because like it's quality content. It's like, you can sell that for $97. Like you can afford to sell it for way more than people would for the whole Netflix approach.
yeah.
And it's like, that's the thing. We're creative enough that we can come up with an irresistible offer. I don't doubt that for a second.
Yeah. If we can create offers that are as irresistible as, I mean, porn is the ultimate irresistible offer. It's like to look at naked people. I don't have any obligations. It's like I don't have to even like spend the actual amount of time that it takes to go be with somebody. It's like just get all of the benefits with none of the downsides. And then and that's like the promise of it. And the problem is like you don't actually believe it. So you're constantly like feeling bad about it or like trying to convince yourself there's like nothing wrong with it when you believe that it actually there is something wrong with it. It's like,
and I think like the beauty of it is porn is really into like it, I don't know, it digs very deep in the whole like fear of missing out of like, I just need to find the next one and the next one and the next one. It's like if you offer something that they want and you're like, it's only available here, you can't find this anywhere else.
yeah. And literally if the product is them, that's actually true. It's not fake scarcity. It's like, yeah, you won't see me or my exclusive stuff anywhere else but where my business is.
And the thing is, like, we can even offer like bonuses of like behind the scenes. It's like we can decide like, hey, if they want, they can offer like once per week, like, hey, we'll have like a Zoom meeting. You can just hop on and have a like, we'll talk about whatever for now.
Yeah. I think it would be really interesting to analyze this market and find people who are actually creating community around their stuff. Because on some level, it's like that's what I can help people do more effectively. But I think there's something interesting about the promise of porn is like, or like following a specific person is like that feeling of a relationship or feeling of at least in some way being connected. It's like, oh, I like this person, I want to support what they're doing. But maybe there's this hope that like maybe they interact with me personally in some way. It's like, and you feel good about that. So, but it's like, how could you help people in that industry build out brands where people feel connected while maintaining like a professional boundary where it's like, this is what I'm doing in the context of the business. And it's like, I'm interacting with you at this level because that's the agreement. And I enjoy doing that. It's like, here's where the boundary is, like, and you help them clarify that. So it's like, you start weeding out more of the like unhinged, like the people who don't quite understand boundaries or the people who seem kind of unsafe, and
Yeah.
help people know it's like, you don't have to like keep certain people in your pool because they pay you good money, or that's like, if somebody's making you feel unsafe, or like maybe they might turn into a stalker or something, it's like, here's how you have that that red flag pop up in your business, and you take the right steps like early, and it's like, it's done, and you have enough. What's that?
I feel like if they're in that business and they've been in there for a while, like they've probably experienced that at least a few times, probably know how to handle it by now.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It's and there's probably a lot of that where they have their own communities of other people doing this, and they like talk amongst each other, like having a place where people talk about that. Like, and maybe there's, this is not at all in my awareness, maybe there's already podcasts about that kind of stuff. It's like what it's like to be an adult entertainer in that business. Maybe that's where we could go to do some market research, see if there's audiences where they're talking to other people in the industry, and they're talking, like, they're commiserating about the pain points, and then that's what we market.
I feel like there's got to be Facebook groups for people who work in the adult industry. Like,
Yeah, I'm sure there is. If we created our own Facebook group where that's what we help people with, it's like, marketing for OnlyFans entrepreneurs or whatever. It's like how to grow your business, or funnel building for
I feel like it's something we should look into for the future because it seems very promising.
Yeah.
But I think also for now, we should just focus on our current business.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if, would it even need to be like a traditional funnel? I wonder if they could use what we're doing, like a Facebook group. It's like, that's a totally.
I feel like they already have a group on whatever platform they're streaming on. So it's about just creating an external offer that they could just like, hey, I've created this after asking what you wanted. So I went ahead and created that. Here it is, go. I'm just picturing like building out the funnel. There's like pictures of naked women and stuff. I'm like, that would it's so funny. It's like, you're working on the computer, building out the funnel. It's like your wife walks in. It's like, what are you doing? Working. It's like there's a screen. That's the plus side. I won't have that issue.
Subscribe. and get these benefits: full access to the content, direct message with this user, cancel your subscription anytime. Please add a payment card. So you still have to add your credit card if you subscribe to a free thing. Interesting. Well, Willow Whispers. She just has like a ASMR podcast. It's so funny to me. Like there's literally a niche for anything.
Yep.
And I feel like that's something I want to do a case study on here soon, is like I want to look at Facebook groups that are huge, especially in like weird, like that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard of. Just to show people, it's like, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter what you want to build a community around. You can build a community around anything, but here's what has to be there in every single, it's like you have to make it clear what you're gathering people around so that people know the game they're playing.
Dude, what if we use this business strategy, but we don't even do the work of delivering it? What if we just use that service? It's like $97 will build you the funnel.
Mm-hmm.
What if our job is just finding the people, getting them to agree and working with them, like, all right, what kind of product you want to offer? What is the structure of the funnel you want to build? And then we use that information, hand it off over.
Mm-hmm.
They come in and build it, give it back to us. We can make a few tweaks if we want to, and just hand it over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would prefer to do, is like find a handful of funnel builders and basically build. We become the referral business for the guys who like, they just want to build the funnel. That's all they want to do. And we do the marketing.
Imagine like the ad to get those funnel builders. It's like, hey, are you great at building funnels and you like watching porn? We got the perfect job for you.
Yeah, I mean, you could totally, I bet you could build a funnel VA agency by advertising to people who watch porn. It's like, would you like to make money while watching your porn? It's like, learn this really simple skill and turn your, like, stop feeling bad about it and actually turn it into something that makes you money.
That's funny.
And it's like, if you do it right, this is the Jay Abraham thing. It's like, if you find the right people, it's like guys who feel guilty about watching porn. It's like, what if this was how you made a living, instead of being like, the only thing I ever do is watch porn. I live at home in my basement and I don't have a job. It's like, well, what if that was your job? What if you could get paid to do that? What? It's like, you could advertise to like 1 million people, and maybe there's only like 20 people who have the skills or the discipline or like the knowledge to do it. But it's like, if you do it right, it's like you just spread it across enough, you find those people and you make it worth their while enough, and then it's like you're not even having to do any of the work. I think all of this business stuff is like the same principles apply.
What if?
You know what we need to do? We need to find a really good funnel training program that is not about a platform specific thing. So it's like, what is the one funnel away funnel training that just teaches the principles, not how to use this platform? Or maybe we have to make our own, who knows? But it's like, let's literally build one funnel away for people who want to learn how to make money at this. And then you get paid to find the people who are actually good enough to make funnels for your agency. And then you basically like build the process is like, you find people who are like, hey, $97 will build you something that will let you sell digital products. And then you have a way to bring them in, connect them with the people who have gone through the course and like, I'm certified, I'm ready, I know how to do it. And it's like, and then the middleman is like, we need to find more people like me who are like good at interviewing and good at like knocking loose. What are the things that your business does that nobody else does that make you really marketable, that are hyper desirable to your market? And it's like, if they haven't built that out, like we figure out, so what is your audience actually wanting and looking for? Maybe it's as simple as like providing a form that they go and do for their audience. Their audience tells them, I want this. So then they set up a funnel. It's like, here's how to buy this. And then like we help them do a product launch, and the whole thing is outsourced.
All right, two things came up. First of all is, what if part of the deal we offered is we're gonna help you also like find someone within your audience to run the funnel for you. So just like have like an application of like, hey, do you want to watch all my content for free and help me? Like me run my business. And it's like we train that person on how to run the funnel and take care of all the back end, so she doesn't even have to do the work. Person might even do it for free because they're a fan. They're like, I get to see all this on the back end. Like, yes, I want to do this. And the other thing is, if we find a way to kind of like automate all the grunt work, all we have to do is just what we're good at, talk to people.
Yeah.
And people could ask us like, what do you do for a living? I talk to porn stars. It would just be funny.
I like that. It's like, I make porn stars rich by talking to them.
I feel like there's, whether it's this or something else, I feel like the fact that we're in this mindset of, all right, let's find a different industry and use the skills that we have to bring value to that industry is going to be way more effective than what we're trying to do now. Like, I still think we're on the right track with this whole Facebook thing, and we need to see this through. But like further down the line, like once we've set this up and it's generating money, we can be like, all right, we know how all this works, know how to replicate it. What is the most lucrative industry we can get into to just make a bunch of money and help other people? This is exciting, and not in the watching porn kind of way.
Yeah, I think this is what we need to do. It's like, as soon as we finish building this out, and I think, I mean, just based on what I've seen the last few days, like I've already made a lot of adjustment and tweaks to the process of how I'm helping people, and like it's generating results almost before I'm doing stuff. It's like, I had somebody reach out to me yesterday. It's like, hey, Aaron, you're so good at the marketing stuff. Can I book some time with you? I'm like, I haven't talked to this person in months. I haven't told this person that I'm doing a new thing. But it's like the process of being in action like opens up possibility for you. So it's like, I think the process of actually doing and helping people as the process of building is the right way to do it. It's like, that's how you tell the universe, like, I'm actually ready to help people because I'm helping people. Then it's like the algorithm or the universe or like whatever it is about you that's attracting people into the thing is actually working.
Dude, what you just said, the algorithm, the universe. What if the universe is like Facebook or YouTube and there's an algorithm to it? And all we need to do is figure out the algorithm.
Okay, I'm setting that as an intention. What is the universe's algorithm?
Because it makes perfect sense, because we keep coming back to the whole, like, one of the explanations that makes the most sense is the simulation / video game theory. Video games has algorithms. So let's just figure out the algorithms of the universe.
Okay, we've said it a million times. It all boils down to networking. So if we figure out a networking process in which every person that we talk to, we provide value in every conversation and so it's like what we're telling the universe is we're here to help. And we're doing that in a way where we're talking to new people and making it valuable for people to introduce people to us. I think we're on the right track.
I think that's a theory, yeah, we need to test out. So the theory is networking is the universe's algorithm.
Mhm.
And again, it's
Networking
not,
in a way that it is valuable for people to connect to.
but it's also the same thing for YouTube. You want to get comments, you want to get likes, you want to get
Mhm.
followers. That is interaction, that is networking.
Right.
Same thing for Facebook, same thing for all social
Mhm.
media.
That's dang.
Dude, life is the ultimate social media.
That's true. That's true.
And it's like, okay, life came first and then social media replicated that. But if we
That's why
just
social media has exploded.
back,
It looks more and more and more like what actually works already. So dang, if we crack this one algorithm, like, and filter everything through, like, how can we do this in a way that works? Like, we're gonna be unstoppable.
the life algorithm, that would make a good book.
Mhm. The life algorithm. Yeah. I think we get some more water.
Or success algorithm, or whatever we want to call it.
Algorithm. Yeah. Universal algorithm.
I feel like I'm talking to myself. I wonder why. Uh, uh, doo, 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 doo.
All right. Let's shift gears here.
I was just wondering before, because you're really focused on network. I'm not. So how can I keep doing what I need to do and build the skills that I need to build so that we can launch the funnel once we're ready, while at the same time networking? All right, well, if you're powering that up, we might be here a little longer, in which case I need to use the bathroom too, because you've gone like 3 times and I still haven't gone ready to go. I'll be back. By the way, I finally made the shepherd's pie and it was amazing.
Oh, nice.
Even though the tofu kind of sucked, it was still the best thing I've eaten in maybe 6 months, pretty much since I left. Like, there's other good stuff, like, you know, fresh fruit and stuff is great, but recipe wise, this was definitely the best one.
Nice.
Also, it feels really good to pee.
When you said I'll be back, I was gonna say I'll pee back.
Oh, oh crap, that would have been good.
You're in for it now.
Oh, you're on a roll. Or you're in a roll. Oh, you're in a roll. It's like you're rolling in urine.
That
That's
was a
gross.
little bit bladder joke than mine.
I see what you did there.
All right. Hey, okay, this might just a random aside. It's like maybe the like all the immature like bathroom jokes and stuff. It's like that could actually find a place for an audience that's like we're totally comfortable with like bodily functions and stuff. It's like I can't think of a lot of like entrepreneurship areas where like that's gonna be
But I feel like, yeah, if we do end up getting in the porn industry, it's like we need to be explicit, you know?
yeah.
Especially since we're like targeting women. So that means that their audience is mostly going to be men.
Mhm.
And men are more direct to the point. And it's like, yeah, we don't want to like play around. We just want to be told what we're gonna get, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Bridging the gap between like the feminine, like, I don't want to spell it out, I want to be chaste kind of dynamic. And men, it's like, if it's not clear, I don't understand it. And so like helping them transition that, like, I mean, the people who are already building audiences and being successful, it's like they probably have some intuitive or like they've learned some of those skills, but it's like just helping crystallize for the right people where like what you're talking about is reinforcing the stuff to, oh, that makes so much sense and that kind of stuff. It's like, it just seems like there could be a natural, I don't know. Okay, so
That's the thing. I feel like you're going to be really good at pitching like the women, so like the clients that we get,
Mhm.
I feel like I'm going to be really good at creating the funnel to get their audience. Because it's more about like, hey, this is like these are the deliverables that you're going to get. Because
Yeah.
like when it's, the adult industry, you don't really need to do much selling and convincing. It's like, this is what you get. This is the value. These are all the amazing bonuses.
Mhm.
Like we don't need to like use psychology or anything. Like the hoardiness or like supersedes that, I think.
Yeah. All right. So I was just gonna kind of think out loud on my um. So my question was like brainstorm. Um, all right. Let's set a goal. Like how much do we want to make for this product launch?
Okay, so we're focusing on like Facebook, right?
Mhm.
Okay, just to be sure that I'm shifting back
Yeah.
to the right focus. Okay.
20 grand?
Well, it depends. What is our launch window?
I mean, officially launch at the end of July, and then I would say like the first, let's say the first 2 weeks, first couple weeks of August, I guess, is when we're
What I
counting.
mean,
What do you mean by launch window, I guess?
yeah, it's like, okay, the second that we launch it, it's like, all right, the second that the like people can go and purchase it.
Yeah.
So it's like
Okay.
that's the start of the launch window. The end is like, all right, this is when the training begins. We start live on this day.
Mhm.
So it's like that to me would be the launch window. I mean, I don't know. What comes up is like 30 days, just because like that gives us enough time to like test a bit and reach out. It's like if by then we've already had a few like interests or nibbles or things like that, it's like we can already maybe pre-sell a few or reach out to people that we're networking with and be
Mhm.
like, hey, we have this concrete thing. Would you be interested in promoting?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends also because like right now it seems like the focus has shifted from preparing to launch the product to let's just do market research and figure out exactly what they want. It's like I don't know how much time you need for that.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Um, so maybe that's the wrong question. So let's change this to least amount of market research. All right, so I feel like I don't need a ton more in terms of social proof to make it sexy. It's like we have a provable result that you get, which is like you get a Facebook group launched. What I want to figure out is like two things. What is the language that they're actually saying? It's like where I'm saying that where they're saying that I've helped them. It's like how did they say that so that somebody's like, oh yeah, I definitely want that help. And then the second thing is like, how do we find the right people who by doing this, it's going to get them a bigger result than we just started you a Facebook group. It's like, oh, I actually had a proven offer that I had sold. I had a Facebook group that didn't have a clear offer. I just put that offer in there and then did a promo, like a promo cycle over like a week and a half, and I got sales. It's like, it feels like people who have a group with, you know, if they have more than a couple dozen people, like potentially they have prospects there. It's like, if the people in your group are not people who have bought from you, but they know what you do, you potentially have customers waiting to buy. You need to give them a way to buy. So maybe I need to be focusing on people who have Facebook groups, who want to monetize it in 30 minutes.
Is that possible?
Well, I guess it depends on how you define monetize. If you're defining it by like, you've
Make
made
money.
it so that it can generate money for you now. We could definitely do that. Like, you post an offer with a link to where they can actually pay you money. If you're looking at like make a sale in 30 minutes, that's probably a different question.
Okay.
That being
I see.
said, if we did it with our own group, then that's the case study. It's like we have 12 people in there who said, I want to launch a Facebook group. None of them have responded to any of the content that I put in there. So I'm like, if I just message all of them, be like, hey, I've noticed almost nobody's gone through the content. Do you want me to help you launch a Facebook group? I'll sit down and do it with you for 37 bucks. I've already done this with several people and they said it was massively helpful. It's like, by reaching out to your prospects, that can monetize it in 30 minutes.
I like that strategy because it seems like every time we're like, okay, yeah, you should do this, and you do it like super easy and quickly, that's when you get results.
Mhm. All right,
So
so
I
let's
like-
monetize. In 30 minutes. I mean, this is the goal. It's like we're trying to make money, right? So if we actually monetize it, then that's the market research. It's like we just need to get sales so we can reverse engineer. So what's the thing in common? And if the only thing in common is like they are interested in a group and we ask them, do you want help to build it and you have to pay? Like, if it's literally as easy as like, did you ask them to pay you? Maybe
I
that's,
feel like a lot of the time it is.
yeah, maybe that's all it is. It's like, just, maybe I'll just start with like, I'll write up a message and send it to everybody. And just, if there's anything that I can customize about it, I'll customize it, but it's like, what's the easiest way that I can, there's 12 people who've already raised their hand, like, just send them a message, send them the same message, like, hey, I already did this with a couple people. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it too? It's like, do you want me to just walk you through this process and get your Facebook group set up?
How about if it's just like reach out, like, hey, I noticed that you didn't go through the content yet. Do you want me to personally help you launch your Facebook group in 30 minutes? And then if they say yes, it's like, all right, well, it's 37 bucks.
Mhm.
You're gonna get this, this, this. Are you interested? Like, I think something as simple as that would work.
Yeah. All right, so let's do a two-step message. Why am I writing it down? I should just write it on Facebook.
True. This could be done in like 5 minutes. Ooh, 5 minutes per day.
Mhm.
It's literally write like 1 or 2 sentences, copy and paste it, send it to a dozen people, wait for their
Ah.
response. Or maybe if you can find a way to personalize it, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, hi, Steve, but my name is Francine. Oops, wrong personalization. Uh,
It's like, as
it's
a
funny.
general rule, I just call everyone
Ask, like,
Francine.
when cold reaches out, and it's like they have the wrong name. It's like, ow. The funniest to me is like on Instagram when someone reaches out, it's like, hey, we're creating this list of like the top like 22 entrepreneurs to look out for this year. Like, if you're interested in being featured on the list, let us know. It's like paid whatever engagement or something like that. It's like,
Yeah.
does anyone actually fall for that? Or the funniest is like, oh, I've been like watching your content, like it's really good quality. You should have a bigger audience. It's like, I haven't posted anything in 2 months. All right, I'm gonna stop distracting you. Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
I think we're idiots. It's like we have these long, like, 3, 4, 5 hour conversations, and they're great, and that helps a lot. But at the end of the day, the thing that moves the needle the most is doing 5 minutes of work.
Yeah. It's true. I feel like because we are so new at this, it takes these big fat conversations for us to like, oh, that's the 5 minute thing you need to do.
Yeah.
And so, but like once we figure out what those steps are in our model, we can just give people the steps. Like, we spent 167 hours figuring out this process so that you don't have to spend those hours. All you have to do is like, we're gonna show you the task, just go do it. And the first time we did it, we got this many, responses and sales. So just do it because the process works. You don't have to even understand why. I mean, if you want to understand why, like let us know. And if enough people say yes, we'll make a video on like, well, maybe we'll do a training on it. But it's like, just go do this today and like you're gonna make some sales. So you want to make some sales? Go do this. It's gonna take you 5 minutes.
And I'm just wondering if maybe we've been taking the wrong approach. I'm like, the skill of mastering and building a funnel is very, very valuable. But do I need to have it, or do we just need to find someone who's good and hire them to do it?
Well,
Like, I think maybe in the beginning, we need to do it once ourselves so we know enough and understand enough that we're able to give clear instructions of like, this is what we want, go and build it.
you know what we just said about helping other people? Like, okay, once we've had a couple people buy, once I've had a few conversations recorded where I feel like, oh, this is who our audience is, this is who our market is, and this is who we're making money from, then let's just go book that guy. It's like $97 to build out the funnel, and we can tell them exactly what they need to know. They're gonna fill out the rest of the information in a salesy way. And then if we want to tweak it ourselves, like we've got the skills to go adjust things, but it's like, what's the stuff that we need? What's the bare minimum stuff we need for that to be up and running? And they're modeling something that's working and that they've done for hundreds of clients. So
That's the thing. I don't know what their process is.
I'd be interested to see their process. There's something about seeing how they're able to fulfill that offer, which is we'll build you a full-on funnel with professional copywriters filling out your sales page and stuff. They have some sort of filtration form and process to qualify you and to get the stuff down and filled out. So in order for it to be somewhat customized, like they have to have some sort of asset process and stuff built out. I'd like to see what that is, because it may give us some ideas of how to apply this to what we're fulfilling for people, which is like build your Facebook group thing. And if we can offload it from we're fulfilling it to somebody's fulfilling it, or get it to the point where it's like it's easy enough that somebody could do it on their own. It seems like it's worth looking at their process, and then we don't even have to go through the what are the things that we don't need to do. We can see
as long as we understand the mechanics of the funnel,
right.
We don't need to build it out ourselves.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if we have the funnel and it makes some sales, like we'll be able to figure out some of those things. And we can even split test, like taking pieces out. And
yeah, because I feel like if we're like, hey, we're building a webinar funnel, or we want to build a webinar funnel. So, step one is the opt-in. This is what we want to cover in there.
mm-hmm.
This is the thank you page. This is what we want to cover in there. It's like we just hand in everything and we're like, just build this for us.
Yeah.
So then it's like we do the work, and it's like we create the entire structure and the strategy, and not the copy, but like the important elements to cover. And then we just hand it over and they do the work of like setting it all up and make it look good.
Yeah.
Because that's what takes a long time.
Yeah. My hunch is that if we figure this, like if we figure out what we're doing for our own business, like that's going to be one of our high ticket offers. It's like sitting down with people and pulling out the information that they already know, they don't realize that they know, and dropping it into the process. Because it's like if the Facebook group is the funnel, so to speak, it's like most people don't see themselves and their business quite well enough to be able to put the right things in place. But if you have a system to, this needs to be this thing, this needs to be this thing. So then you're just mining for those specific things. And it's like, oh, okay, we have what we need.
And I feel like in the beginning, if for the first, let's say like 10 people, if we offer something special, like unannounced, but it's like once they're in and they bought, we're like, hey, we're going to give you this free like group review session where we're going to go in with you in your group and just review everything and help you tweak the things that you need to tweak in order to get the best results.
Mm-hmm.
All we're asking is, can we get your feedback? Can we just ask you a few questions, figure out like, why did you buy? What are the things you need help with? And it's like, if we do that for a dozen people, I think we're going to have all the information we need, because it's one thing to do that for people who haven't purchased. What if we do that for people who have purchased? We'll know exactly why they bought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just keep coming back over and over again to talk to people, network, hack the algorithm. And the best part of this entire thing is, since this is your thing, like Facebook and everything, it's like you're the one who has to have all the conversations.
Yeah.
I feel like
this is the fun part for me though.
I'm just wondering, like, should I focus on trying to start building relationships with people who have audiences? Because like I can do that even though I'm not the expert. Like that doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's like that way I have something to do.
You know what?
Just like doing the research for the funnels, and just like it's going to pay off in the longer run.
Yeah, we can leverage this pretty fast, I think. If we get 3 or 4 people that we've gotten as paid clients, and then now we have the data that people who are at a different level look for. It's like, how many sales have you made? What kind of results have you gotten? It's like, we can say, so we've started doing this strategy. We've already made sales. This is how long it takes for us to do. This is what we need. This is who we found gets the best results right away. You tend to be one of our better prospects and clients. Like, we'd like to do this for you for, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But we can go after bigger fish and say, it's like, here's the offer, do it for one or 2 people. And it's like, if we can target the person that's like, yeah, this might be able to get them sales like in the first few days because of the audience that they have. And it's like, hey, we tweak 3-4 things in your Facebook group. That's all we do. It might take an hour. It's like, but you already have an offer. You already have an audience. You already have people who are talking to you. Let's just like tighten this guy up and you can make sales pretty quick. Then we can, it's like, we had this, this client got sales this fast, blah, blah, blah. This is like a really valuable thing. So it's like, you can raise your prices and then you can go to, depending on people's notoriety, and be like, hey, we just helped such and such person make money, and we thought you would be a good candidate for this. And then you can just like keep making more and more money with the same offer, the same process. So instead of it being like a $97 discovery call, maybe this is like $997 1 or 2 hours of work. And it's like, instead of building out a course, it's like, oh, it's just messaging the right people. It's like, well, we've gotten this done, we've gotten this done, we've gotten this done. Would you like us to do that for you?
But I feel like that is perfect research to build a course on the back end.
Right. Yeah. And the course, I
do
think,
this
is
with
like
a dozen people and get results. You can create the course and it's like, we helped 12 group owners get these specific results. And we wanted to help others. And we know we can't like scale this if we're doing the work ourselves. So we broke it down step by step, 5 minutes per day to help you replicate this exact process for your group. And then we can just kind of like broadcast that to every single group owner out there.
Yeah. So what if that's the KPI? It's like, we're going to help 12 group owners by July 31. So we helped 12 people. I mean, we've already done one group setup. Actually, I've already helped 4. I haven't set up their groups, but I've helped 4 people with their groups. And then if I start, it's like, all right, I've set up a group for somebody. If I can find some people who have groups and audiences, but need an offer put into their group, be like, dude, you're already selling something. You should put that into your group and post it. And then just do like the next 3 days. Hey, promo, look at the link in the top. If you think you're ready to work with me now, it's like, I have a super great deal right now. It's like, get in the next 2 days and you can get in for like 1/3 of what it usually costs and help people make money right away. If I can just keep like stair stepping, like, I just did this for this person, I think you're even more qualified to do, what I've been helping people with.
Even more irresistible, and we only get paid on the back end. It's like, hey, I'm going to help you do this for free. And if you make 1 sale and you pay me this much, you make 2 sales this much or whatever. It's just like the commission basis. So they don't lose anything up front. So we're probably going to get more people. And it's like, hey, if they get sales, then we make money and they're going to be happy and they're probably going to be willing to give us a testimonial. It's like, if we can get 12 testimonials, and even get paid a couple times by the end of the month, like, and we have the market research of knowing exactly what people want, then
Yeah.
all we have to do is just create the outline for the course or readjust it if it's different, like build out the funnel or get someone else to build it out and
Yeah.
just
Could be a good. All right. So let me see. I need to just send this message out.
and we can do this on different levels. Like there's the one level, it's like you just reach out to the people in the group. It's like, hey, do you want to help? Do you want me to help you launch your
Mhm.
Facebook group? And that's one fest. And then there's other, it's like group owners. All right, you want me to help you monetize your group for free? I only get paid if you do. And it's
Yeah.
like, if you can get those two types of people in, getting results, testimonial from both of those people,
Mhm.
we covered step 1 and 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm giving you the middle finger. It's just, just like step 1, launch the group. Step 3 is, sorry, 3, not 4. Step 3 is monetize it. It's like we get people who don't have a group, and we
Mhm.
get people who do have a group.
Yeah.
And it's like we don't necessarily need to prove like, hey, we can help you grow the group, because it's like it's just part of the process, you know?
Mhm.
It's like people who have a group, like, yes, they want to grow the group, but that's not the most important thing. They want to make money. People who don't have a group, like, yeah, they want to grow it, but the first thing is they need the group.
Yeah.
So I think those would be the two metrics. Like if you can prove, if you're new, we can help you launch your group very easily. Here's the proof. If
Mhm.
you have a group, we can help you monetize it. Here's the proof.
Mhm.
And it's like with that, then we get like everyone. It's like, all right, we're going to walk you through the entire process on how to do this exactly. And then later on, if we want to go in and like make it even more attractive, we can help some people grow their group and get reviews, like testimonials for that, and help people automate the group and get testimonials for that. So we're like, hey, we're helping you launch. Here's the testimonials of people we help launch. We can help
Mhm.
you grow. Here's the testimonials of people we help grow. Here's how to monetize. We're
Mhm.
like, just do that for every step. So it's like, no matter which step you're at, we can help you, and here's the proof.
Mhm.
I feel like that would be great if like, hey, this is the what you get in the course. Like step 1, launch the group. 3 reviews of people who we helped launch. Step
Mhm.
2, grow the group. 3 reviews of people we helped grow. It's like if we just present it that way, they're like, okay, no matter where I am, this is going to help me. And we prove that every single step of the way we can help.
Mhm.
I feel like if we're able to do that, maybe not in the beginning, I don't think we
Yeah.
need that in the beginning to launch, but if we're able to demonstrate that further down the line, that'll be really powerful.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like until then, even if we don't have specific testimonials, like we can have that section of like, hey, we're going to help you like grow the group, and we just have general testimonials of like, oh, Aaron helped me in my business so much, like I have so much more clarity. It's like even general testimonials, I think, will still work.
Mhm.
And if we need more, like I can give you one, because no one's going to see me on the front end. And it could be like a general review of like, you know, having like, I don't know, working with Aaron, because it's true, we're working together, we're building a
Mhm.
business. So working with Aaron has completely transformed my life. And it's like, that's true.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we could get some
Dude,
from Jessica and Bobby if we need
you
to
could be
also.
one of my star clients. I mean, because technically you're a multiple published author who's had millions of people read your read your books.
Dude,
It's like,
that is, we could, we can use my credits to boost you of like, I helped a best-selling author who is read by tens of millions of people
dang.
grow his business.
Uh-huh.
That is, wow, that is good.
this is why people who are successful are like, they leverage their name and their experience. Like, this is why people will like write forwards to books for free. And it's like, by putting themselves in other people's stuff, it's advertising them, it's creating credibility, it's cementing their place of like, this is who I am this millionaire, billionaire, like master of the universe kind of person. It's like you're putting all of that stuff that affirms that out into a million places in the world.
Dude, the perfect example of this is a couple months ago when I bought that manifestation course, even though it seemed kind of like a little sketchy, and now I literally had to file an official complaint with my bank to get a refund because they haven't responded to my 2 emails requesting a refund. And the only reason why I bought it was because there was testimonials from, I forget who it was, but 2 very famous people. I'm like, famous people like that would not endorse this person unless they were legit.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only reason why I bought. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to use the 2 types of testimonials. The client testimonials where it's like, they helped me get this result.
Mm-hmm.
And then more like status testimonials of like, hey, I'm this successful person. These are my credentials.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron is amazing. You got to work with him. I think by combining those 2, that is the true magic. And it's like, okay, we can definitely use myself. I feel like Jessica would be more than happy to help with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, she has credentials, like, you know, she's helped like dozens of students manifest, and it's like everything.
Yeah.
Like, if you're able to help someone who's like a manifester,
Mm-hmm.
that is pretty impressive, because like manifestations, like they're kind of like above normal people, and you're able to help them.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's
So
like Bobby, it's like he already has a built-in audience.
mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, you know, founder of the Seeker's Place, like has helped like hundreds, if not thousands of people with his massage business. And it's like, if you can demonstrate that you help them, well, that makes you look. It's like, we just need 3 of those, like Jessica, Bobby, and me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get one from Brian, that's even better.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get one from Brian. Even if I can't get an actual testimonial, I can use him as a case study. The other person I can think of is Roy, like my business partner, because technically, like,
Yeah.
I've helped him grow his audience to like he sold 15,000 books with the videos that I created as promotional material for that. And then now his job is actually, he's grown his audience to like millions of people.
Man, that is amazing.
Stone from
helped this guy sell 15,000 copies of his book.
Mm-hmm.
That is like even more impressive, because like the thing is, like, mine is kind of like an illusion of like, hey, I helped this best-selling author who's sold, like, who's been read by tens of millions of people. But like, if with him, it's like you literally helped him sell 15,000 copies of his book personally. That is way more impressive. All right, so we need.
It's way more impressive to you because you know all the facts about your readership. But that's the thing, is like, knowing the whole story doesn't make it any more useful for people. It's like the only thing they actually care about is like, is there any kind of results? Is there any sort of like thing that makes you different or better than me, than I see myself? And the thing is, people want to listen to somebody that they think of as like more expert or whatever. And like, we know that the reality is like, everybody is just Like nobody's any better or worse. It's like some people have different skills. Like you might have refined the skill of like finding food in your pantry when there seems like there's nothing to eat, but you're hungry. It's like, I can figure something out and I'll make something out of this stuff that's in here. It's like, maybe that's the skill you've honed, but it's valuable to somebody, even if it's only you. But some people have had like the opportunity to develop stuff that it happens to be valuable to everybody. But like how you slice the data just shows things in different ways.
It's so funny because you could, I'm just thinking of another example. It's like, you can be a chef and like a crappy restaurant, and everything, but it's like, if you work at a soup kitchen and like serve like hundreds of people every week and you be like, I'm a chef like of my own kitchen and I've served like 10,000 people. It's like, well, that's not accurate. I mean, it's accurate, but it seems to indicate something different. It's like you can be chef in a crappy little restaurant that you just opened 2 days ago, but it's true. You are a chef.
Yeah.
You serve 10,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah. You take the same person and you look at like how much stuff that you throw away in the food industry. You say like this, this person has a restaurant. You know how many like hundreds of pounds of food they throw away every week. This person is like terrible for the environment. So, like doesn't like there's so many different aspects of what stuff is. It just depends on what part do you want to look at. And so what I'm finding is that what we seem to think of as like, oh, trying to be honest or tell the truth. It's like, don't want to mislead people. It's like, the thing is, people only want a certain thing. And unless you're willing to give them what they want, it's like, it doesn't matter how valuable and meaningful it is. Like if they can't understand it first, they're not going to go any further. And the process of marketing is first talking to them in the way that they want to be talked to. And it's just,
what if this is our strategy? What if we go all in on like testimonials? And it's like, we get as many actual like client testimonials as we can with like results and stuff, but the rest can be just character testimonials. And you can literally get them from friends and family or whatever. It's like just character testimonials. Just say like, Aaron is an amazing person. He has integrity. He's always trying to help people. He's passionate. And it's like, and we just use that and it's like completely saturate the sales page with that. Yeah. And as we go along and get more customer testimonials and more expert testimonials, we just kind of like swap them out.
I kind of like the idea of like leaving character testimonials in there. It's like,
I mean, we can leave them, but I'm just saying like, if we start working with people, it's like we work with experts who's like, hey, he's a like $1 million business owner and Aaron, like we get a testimonial from him. That has way more impact than just like some random friend of yours who's like, yeah, Aaron's a great guy.
Yes, but here's what I see that's different is like everybody who is in sales and marketing does that. They only put the best stuff of the best, and that's what we see, and that's what we click on. But I think there's something to be said about like when you work with that level of person and you choose to say, like, I could put all the sexy stuff here, but it's like, I want you to see this testimonial of somebody that is like, they will like, they're not my client. They're somebody who just shared this on their own. And they have this to say about me. It's like, yeah, I like Aaron. It's like, he's great. Like he's somebody who you can trust. And he didn't pay me to say this. Like, I'm not somebody who works for them. And you deliberately, it's like, I'm not getting anything from this person. They're not getting anything out of what it is. And it's like, I value this kind of relationship in the world. It's like the person who is just somebody that I know, is just a friend of mine, is just as important. Their word is just as important as somebody who makes $1 million. And it's like that says something about who you are and about the brand and about your values, that just having the like the sexy, like the selling testimonials that are like so forceful that it's like, well, I guess we have to believe them. It's like, but you can put all kinds of like, if you spend enough money, you get in front of enough people that you're going to have people who they were going to be successful anyway. And they just happen to stop by your gas station on the way to their vacation. It's like you didn't help them any more than they helped themselves. And so it's like the testimonial game is part of the model, but it's like, if we're going to do something different and say something different and stand out, it's like, can we use testimonials? Like, yes, have a big long page, but also use them in a way that nobody else is doing it, so that it's like there's something unique about us at every step. Anyway, it's an idea. Maybe people have tested that already.
I think we can do both. We can like sell you and your character of like, hey, you're very passionate about communities. You want to help people create communities and create that connection. And it's like, if we sell you as a very, loving and community oriented person, that's going to help. And then on the back end, when we promote, like when we sell the product, then we sell like, hey, these are the results. These are the experts. These are like kind of the typical things. And it's like, I think if we focus, because I've seen like one of the people that won the True Comic Club Awards, he's like, I'm not an expert copywriter, so all my focus is going on getting testimonials. And I'm using that to sell it. And it's like, you look at his funnel, like, I don't know, maybe it's better now, but it's like, it was very amateurish, but there's just so much social proof that it's like the product almost didn't matter anymore. Because there's so many people saying, this person helped me. They transformed my life. They transformed my business. I got these amazing results. That it's like, you kind of don't care anymore what the product is, what you're getting. It's like, I'm sold on the fact that this person can help me.
Yeah. So maybe that should be the very next thing. It's like, I'm gonna help some group owners, but maybe I need like a script to collect social proof from people. It's like get testimonials. So it's like if I create a little thing where people can send video or text, and I give them a prompt is like, can you tell me like in what way have I helped you? It's like, here's where you were before we sat down. Either I answered your comment on Facebook, or we sat down for like a free call and I just sat down and like give you my thoughts on marketing. It's like, what can you say? You remember I had this thing and Aaron was willing to help me. And then what came out of it? How did you experience that? It's like, it was so helpful, blah, blah, blah. Just basically coach them on like, here's how to organize, say it in whatever words are appropriate. If you feel like I've helped you, share how you feel like I helped you. And then like, just send that out to as many people as I can think of that I've helped so far. Cause there's a bunch. And then, as some of those come in, like maybe I'll figure out like, how do I help them say it in a way that's more business oriented or more like results oriented? So it's actually a testimonial that makes.
I feel like we don't really need that many, because like, let's say you get 21, then you can have 7 places in the sales page where there's just like a row of 3 testimonials. Like if we just sprinkle that out throughout the sales page, it's like every single step of the way, every single like section of the sales letter, there's 3 people saying, Aaron is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's like, we can even use those in the video
Hmm.
of like, hey, this is everything you're getting. And if you don't believe me, or like however you want to word it, like, here's what everyone has to say about this and about me.
Yeah.
And it's like, that sells social proof a lot. Like I've seen sales videos where it's just like, you know, review or like testimonials, like after testimony, you see like 100 of them just like
Mhm.
flash, and you're like, whoa, okay, yeah, this guy's helped a lot of people.
Hmm. Yeah, so seems like this is going to be something to build out, is the testimonials, and that feels like it might take a little while. So I feel like we can still get sales without having a bunch of that.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's
of
like,
course.
in the process of doing this, like doing that in a way where people can pay to get help, and then we just keep building out the. Honestly, what I'm seeing is like, we're already at the stage where we can make money. We're already at the stage where maybe we have $1 million business on our hands, and it's just the process of building out every single little thing that sells it. And it's like, we can get paid um, to understand by getting paid by people who have the need for what we're doing. It's like, they're going to tell us how we need to build this thing out so that we make $1 million.
I feel like, I mean, yes, you're right. I completely agree. I just feel like before we begin the process of collecting testimonials, we should make sure that we collect them using the right format. So it's like, make sure to ask people to record, if they're going to record the video in landscape so that all the videos are the same format.
Mhm.
And if it's like a text one, maybe something short, like try to be like, hey, can you just like summarize in one paragraph,
Mhm.
like hitting, let's say like these 3 points, like how I helped you. It's like something like that. That way it's consistent, it's easy, and we can just plug him anywhere that we want.
Mhm.
Whereas if it's like, some are vertical, some are horizontal, some are short, some are long, it's like, it's going to be very difficult for us to structure it so it looks good.
Mhm.
And since we haven't begun really the process yet, I think like might as well make sure like, hey, can you give me this in this format?
Mhm.
So anyway, just wanted to put that out there because that's going to make the process of building the funnel way easier, and it's going to make it look way better.
Yeah.
And it's like, we can have different sections. So it's like in one section, it's just like 3 short testimonials. And another can be like 2 or paragraph testimonials.
Yeah.
Like as long as we can separate them in categories that are similar enough that people are like, yeah, okay, that looks good.
Mhm.
So I'm doing what I do best, which is thinking of like the layout and how it's going to look and feel.
Yeah.
And it's not that important, but it does play a role. So might as well, make our lives easier now.
Mhm. So it feels like actually the process to collect these would be useful to build. Maybe I'll do that this afternoon. Because every person that I help from now on, it's like, if I don't have them on a call and ask them to do it while I'm right there with them, like I have a fast way that I can follow up. Be like, hey, I would love to get your, like, if you felt like this was helpful, can you share that with me? So I have an understanding of like, what is it that was really helpful for me, so I can do more of that.
Yeah, and I feel like if you just have that easy, like, hey, can you give me a testimonial? Like, here's the script. So just like basically follow like these steps and kind of like fill in the blank, or use your own words, but you just need to hit these 3 things. And it's like, if you can record a video, that'd be great. Just like make sure it's horizontal,
Mhm.
and it can be like 30 seconds, like it doesn't have to be long. Or if
Yeah.
it's text, like follow this, and it's easy for them. You just like hand them like, here's the script you need to follow.
Mhm.
Super easy, take you 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I think like that is going to be a truly valuable thing. If we collect testimonials every single time,
Mhm.
that is going to be valuable because every single testimonial can be an ad in itself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make an intake form for people who schedule a call. So even if they don't buy, we can still get a testimony.
How does that work?
I'm gonna figure this out. But it's something along the lines of like, if you don't have, like, okay, here's what I'm thinking is like, certain people are going to be worth more to us than others. So like if they already have a group or if they already have an offer, it's going to be easier to do the process with them. If they don't have an offer and they don't have a group, it's going to take more of my time and more of my energy. So I need to charge more for those people. But what I can do is I'll start the conversation, be like, hey, I'm so excited to help you. I would just love to know, like right off the bat, like what would having a Facebook group do for your business? Like, tell me why you want a Facebook group. So it's like, they can literally say with it, man, if I had a Facebook group, I know I could sell more products, or like, I've been wanting to build a community for so long, and like, I never thought I could do it, but this is, I'm super excited to have your help. Those things like right there in the process of selling something, it doesn't necessarily demonstrate an outcome yet, but it gives the language for like, this is the value of having what we offer. It's like, this is how people are saying it. And so then if we advertise a workshop, if we advertise a free training, if we advertise any kind of thing, it's like, hey, we help people with this. This is what like 20 people had to say about what we do. And it's like, you can have them, they're stating their pain and their problem and like why they want the outcome, which is literally where the customer's at.
So it's kind of like getting testimonials at every step of the way. So it's like, we present you and your story, and we get testimonials to show how awesome you are.
Yeah.
We present the product, we show testimonials showing how awesome the product is.
Right.
And then we show testimonials of people who decided, who like are expressing, this is the value I would get from this.
Right.
And then we could present testimonials like, hey, I bought this and I got this result. So we're showing testimonials for every step of the way. It's like, we're showing testimonials to get them to trust you. We're showing testimonials to show the value of the course. We're showing testimonials, like displaying people who are sharing the value of what's included. And then share testimonials of people who bought in and got results.
Yeah. And you know what? I just realized this is where we should focus for sure. Because like my skills are connecting with people, prepping people and coaching them on being interviewed. So like they come across clear, they come across like personable. It's like all of this stuff leverages what I can do. Like I'm going to be able to look at what's coming in and be like, oh shit, I can do that better. Like we can help people do it better. It's like, we are going to refine this into a machine. And it's like, it deals with the three things people need. It's like, they need to feel safe, then they need to understand, connect with the thing, and then they need to feel free or like see the results. So it's like, first, we're going to help you trust me. Then we're going to help you understand what is it that I'm getting, or how does it work? And then it's like, I'm going to prove to you the people that we've helped that have paid us. And it's like, this is the outcome that we got. Here's the freedom that you're going to get. And it's all social proof of like, here's a whole bunch of people that we are connected to, that we have like been in relationship with, that are talking about our thing, our process, our business. And it's like, they're selling it for us. Well, the thing that we're promising is like, your community will do the selling. That's what we're building into our product.
What if the intention when you do these sessions is to get the testimonial? It's like, of course you're going to help them because you need to help them in order to get the testimonial. But what if your end goal is like, what do I need to do to get the best testimonial that I can from this person?
Yeah, so even if it's free, it's like I'll go help somebody who makes $10 million a year for free. It's like they might actually get on the call in 30 minutes, like, whoa, this is the best 30-minute call I've ever been on. Aaron knows his stuff. I make $10 million a year. You should work with him. It's like it didn't cost me anything. It's like I just showed up and helped him the best that I could. And it's like that testimonial is probably worth way more than $100 or whatever he would have paid me to get on that call. I mean, imagine leveraging this up to like celebrities. Like if you did this with Russell Brunson or like Tom Cruise or, you know, like people that have credibility. It's like, I'm happy to trade the time for something that's worth way more than money.
That'd be so funny, like getting like random celebrities to like endorse you. And it's like they're like not entrepreneurs, it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
It's like, but it would work.
Mm-hmm. And there's actually places I've looked, because I've looked at all kinds of different community building things. There's a few platforms where fans can reach out to celebrities to you pay them to record like a birthday message or something. And so like they'll send you a personalized, like from their phone, like a recorded message. But there's actually like it's less marketed, but like for business, for promotionals, for marketing material, for commercial use, you can pay them a lot more to plug your thing. So you could potentially go to somebody and be like, hey, I'll pay you $3,000. Can you say these things about, you know, it's like I mean, you'd have to find the right strategy where that would work, where you could use that as an avenue for them to plug your thing and be like, hey, Aaron has a model where he like launches your Facebook groups. Like if what you want is getting your Facebook group launched in 30 minutes or less, or it's free, it's like Aaron's the guy you should talk to. It's like they don't have to endorse you personally. All they're doing is communicating the information. But it's like having a celebrity is like a big deal. And then you can go to another celebrity and be like, hey, we just got Bill Shatner to like do a plug for us. We'd love to help you for free. And then if it's valuable, like, would you do the same thing for us? And then you start like actually working your way into those networks.
It's funny because you said William Shatner, and like, oh, I want to do the accent, but I'm like, I can't do accents. But in my head, but yeah, I feel like if that's our focus, like testimonials, so social proof,
Mhm.
and you just being you. So like, you know, selling the emotions, the desires, that, and then just like a brief overview of like, these are the results.
Mhm.
Not these are results, but like, this is what you were getting. I think we're good.
Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty crazy. And the thing is, like, I almost feel like at this level, it's like you could have any kind of business. Like it wouldn't have to be the Facebook groups. Maybe we find something else that the market wants more, but it's like this strategy of using other people's credibility and like recommendations to sell your thing is the thing behind the thing. It's like, this is the real community. This is the network that's being created and built around this product. It's like the people are connected to me, and that's what the real business is. It's not the launch of Facebook group, but you can't sell. Do you want to see how I make friends with people and like then get them to talk about it? It's like, maybe you could sell that. Maybe you find a way to sell that. And maybe after we do it, eventually it's like it's like build a personal brand built on credibility. I don't know, but
That's it. What if like this is part of the training? We teach them how to use their audience to give them social proof to be able to sell even more of what they're selling.
Mhm.
So it's not just about building the community to buy, but it's like using the community to sell.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of, you know, I talk about like share what you know with the people that it helps. Like that's what that idea is for. It's like, because I know that these things are coming eventually, where I want you to have already bought into the idea that telling your experience or saying, oh, I know this person that does this thing, you probably should talk to them. It's like getting people in the process of promoting where it's valuable to people. That's something they should have already said yes to before I come to ask them for that.
Hmm.
But it's gonna sell them on it if they like if I provide that idea to their community where it's like if I can get people to sell for them, then it's gonna be way easier for them to like sell me. This is like
This
this thing works. This is absolutely
this could be a really good strategy to use on the back end of the webinar. Because by the time they get to the webinar, they're already kind of sold on the product.
Mhm.
So what if like maybe we should have like a normal sales page, but we should probably split test the sales page where it's literally just like video at the top, like a summary of
Mhm.
this is everything you're gonna get. And then underneath it's just like buy button, testimonial, buy button, testimonial, buy button. Like that's it. It's just like video summary and just only a ton of social proof.
Oh damn. This is
Because
the
like you're selling them in the webinar, you're showing the value of what you teach and like going over everything. It's like this is what you're gonna get, this is how it's gonna help you. And it's like at the end they understand everything. I feel like the only thing stopping them is, well, is this gonna be right for me? Like has it
Mhm.
helped us? Like all those objections. And if we just provide a ton of social proof, and they're like, okay, like so many people have done this and benefited from it, it's got to be able to help me. I feel like that would be a very good, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that would be a very good thing to test out.
I'm looking something up right now.
I wish I could find that funnel that I saw, like, I don't know, it was a year or two ago, where it's just like an ad on Facebook and you click on it and the sales page is just that video at the top, pitching it, maybe a 10-minute video, and then just video testimonial after video testimonial. It's like they were selling, the point is to get you on a call and then they try to sell you like a $10,000, like, we'll build the funnel for you.
Hmm.
So it's like that model definitely works, even with cold traffic. So I'm like, if it's warm traffic that's been like pre-sold, it's like all we need is to push them over the edge. And the best way to do that, social proof.
Mhm.
Man, that would be so cool if like, I mean, okay, it would suck in a way, but it would be so funny if like we're learning all these different skills and strategy and sales copy and everything. It's like it'd be funny if at the end of the day, all we need to do is just present a ton of social proof. like get to know what you're working on, or is it a
Well, I was looking up to see, there's some posts that I did. Look, I'm getting sick. My throat's kind of
I just
dry
feel
and
like
scratchy. I had
if
a,
your focuses are get social proof and get sales, we're gonna make a crap ton of money. And it's
Yeah.
like, in order to do that, we need to help people. So we need to do what we want to do anyway.
right.
But I feel like by having that specific focus, it's gonna help us really not kind of like get distracted and spread too thin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if that's two things, it's like we need social proof, we need sales.
Yeah.
It means to get to that point.
Ooh. This is really funny. Some Brian is promoting some stuff in his group, and he just referred somebody to me. Like, I'm starting to get like people coming to me, and I'm not even doing anything yet. It's like I've not actively begun like reaching out, but like people are starting to come my way, and it's like I'm
You
doing
are.
the things to prepare to get ready for people, and it's like now people are starting to come, and I haven't
You're-
done anything yet. It's
You're
weird.
being the person who gets clients.
Mhm. Yeah. Damn.
And oh, dude, you know the beauty of this? You're being the person who attracts clients. And I'm being the person who partners with someone who attracts clients. So I don't need to do the work myself. We're both getting exactly what we want.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me a little bit of that SNL skit, which is like how to get girls. Like step one, be attractive. Step two, don't be unattractive. It's like that was the steps, and it's like, but it's
That's
a
true.
joke, but it's actually really true. Like from the standpoint of like marketing or like just like meeting people, it's like you need to be something that they want, but in a deeper fundamental sense, it is like be the thing or be the person that actually is that, and it's like it's gonna start happening. It's that I don't know, that's just weird. It's amazing.
Right. I'm just thinking of the stupidest joke I've come up with today. We should change our names to Nick and Mark, and we can become expert Nick work marketers. Yeah, that
That's
was
funny.
yeah.
All right, church sound and media text. Let's see if I can find it.
So I think we need to start creating like a Google Doc, or not Google Doc, but like Google Drive or something, like with all the testimonials. So like that's where we upload all the videos and like all the text testimonials. So that way we can like have a centralized place. And every time we're like, we need a testimonial, we just go in and grab it.
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like we're going to get a lot of testimonials very quickly.
Mhm.
So we should definitely have a system for this.
All right, so I'm looking right now to see if I have an asset already built.
Oh yeah, by the way, you want me to send you the pictures that I removed the background yesterday so you can upload them to your account?
Oh yeah, let me check my Google folder. I probably can set it so that you can upload things to it.
That works too. So I did like a bunch of different ones. So if ever we need different things, like, let's see, how many do we have? We have 16.
Guillaume Sauvé at Hotmail. Do you have a Gmail account?
Yeah, Guillaume.sauve without the accent at hotmail.com. because I've had it since Hotmail was king, back before Gmail took over. That's how old it is.
Wow.
I had that in high school, so it must be like, let's see.
Okay, I just invited you to it, so it should be shared with you now. So I think you will be able to upload things to
It
it.
should be about 18 years old. That's how old my email is.
Dang. Collaborate. Let other people add their photos and videos. Yes. Okay. Oh, you might not even have to accept the invite. I just turned on collaborate, so you might be able to add stuff to it just from having the link. All right. View previous comments.
Yeah, that seems legit. A notification or an email from WhatsApp saying that there's an incoming voice message in junk email. Yeah, that seems very legit. I should totally do that.
Bam. I have all of the market research to like make a monetizable product like next month. I'm looking specifically for some social proof that we can use for this. Because I did I did some research post. I mean, I did literally the one question post that we were talking about. Like I did that for church AVs like 2 years ago. I asked like, hey, does anybody have trouble getting volunteers for their group? Because I know that was something that everybody in our our church struggled with at the mega church. Like every other AV lead was struggling to build their team. I'm like, I got all the people I need. Like I can take weeks off on vacation and they don't call me and say, hey, something broke. So like I knew I was doing something different than everybody else. So I asked, and I've been able to do that at every church that I worked at. Like I train the teams and I'm like, bye. And so then I asked that question and like everybody raised their hands. Like I got hundreds of like a couple hundred comments to be like, oh, yes, I definitely need help with that. And so then the next post I did was like, hey, if I did a workshop on how to get volunteers for your team, do you want to come? And I got like 200 comments. And then I asked every single person that replied, it's like, well, what would make it a must watch if I covered it in the webinar? And they all just literally tell me. So like I did a class and almost nobody showed up because I didn't have a good follow-up system to like make sure it was at a time everyone could come, keep bugging them and remind them to show up. So I did it there was like 5 people that came, but like I could literally build a webinar or a product based off of this research and do it in a more, because I didn't know anything about like sales or like perfect webinar stuff yet. But now if I'm like, just the whole entire presentation is like outcome, like stuff that you want, that's how I'm teaching, is like I'm talking about it from the standpoint of like, so you know how you want this thing? It's like, like, and then just sell it to my church, like email list, be like, hey, would you like to grow your media team at your church? And then literally just use the language that they have.
Okay, so you should probably look into that, maybe create something for that and monetize it.
Mhm.
But you can use that exact process that you did to figure out exactly what people want for this audience.
Yeah.
And that's how we create the course.
Mhm.
Hey, are you struggling with this? If there's only a few answers, it's like, all right, moving on.
Mhm.
Are you struggling with this? Do you need help with this? Like, whatever. And then once you find that thing,
Yeah.
like, hey, if I created like a training or a course or something like to help you do that, who
Mhm.
would be interested?
Yeah. And I think I might be wrong. I think we found it. It's like the overwhelm. It's like if I find the right audiences to ask, hey, who's overwhelmed in their business who would like to simplify? It's like I think I can get a bunch of hand raises off of that. It's like who wants to simplify their business so they don't have to deal with overwhelm? Because that's what I'm good at. It's like I break everything down into a process where it's like, okay, you do these things, no more overwhelm. You don't
And
even
I
have to
feel
think about it because it's a checklist in front of you.
I feel like it's important also to mention like not just simplify, but simplify without losing revenue or and like making even more revenue. Because I feel like some people might be like, well, I don't want to simplify because then I'm going to be losing profit. Like that's their fear. That's why they're overwhelmed. It's like I think that should be part of the messaging. Like I don't know how you
Yeah.
want to word it, but it's just making sure that they understand like you're not losing anything, you're gaining something by this.
Yeah. Dude, I could totally do this as like a crappy webinar and turn it into an ebook. Like if I put this as like $1 on Amazon or something, nobody's teaching how to build AV like teams anywhere. There's one company that shows church audio engineers how to do lighting and sound. They're teaching the mechanics. They're not teaching the relationship stuff of how to build the team and how to get volunteers. And dude, like this should be the next thing I build out.
See, that's the beauty of us. We come up with so many ideas that it doesn't matter if we don't do them because we're gonna have like two more the next
Yeah.
day.
Yeah. And it's like, as soon as we come up with the ideas, just like, where do we put it so that we can check? It's like, do people want this? If it's a fuck yes, like this thread, then go build that and you can make money. And if it's like crickets, it's like moving on. I don't care. I'm looking because I'm pretty sure I remember somebody asking, can I bring people? It's like they are inviting people for me. But I'm trying to, that's why I'm looking for this because I think it's social proof for what we're doing. It's like your community will do the marketing for you.
I'm not really very familiar with Google Drive. How do I add new stuff? Is it the plus on the left of the screen? Yeah.
I think you should be able to just drag it into the folder. I'm not sure.
Let me just try to create a new folder within 5-minute Facebook groups, and then we can have the images in that folder, so it's not like everything in the same one.
Mhm.
All right, so all right, graphics. All right, that seems to work. Let's see if I can drag and drop.
Oh. And here's the gold. I just found potentially a bigger source of revenue for this market.
Okay. And this
So
market being Facebook market or the church market?
the church market.
Okay.
It was, I'm still looking for that comment, but I just stumbled across one of the responses was from a guy who has an AV company that services churches. And so he was saying like they have trouble getting quality staff. And so he was asking like whether or not the thing would cover that. But I'm like, okay, there's a way to use this where it's valuable for people in that industry, like people who have businesses serving churches. If you provide them the material, it's like, here's how to grow your AV team from somebody who is an expert at that, like world-class tech team builder, which is technically true. I've worked at one of the largest growing megachurches. So it's like, and then it's like by giving the companies who help churches the material to like, it's like we have free resources that we give you to help you, your team, grow your team better. It's like, then they're much more likely to come back and do business with that, those people. But then like those AV companies, like those can be clients. They have the money to pay me to, I don't know. There's something there, like there's a market there to like dig into that I think I'm highly qualified to help. And the way that I might help them is like, do you have a free, like a Facebook community where you're helping church communities and your customers after you sell them some equipment? Like if you're not doing some sort of ongoing customer nurturing, you're losing money.
Like, wait, you're not doing this?
Yeah, but that's exactly what I've been trying to think of is like, what's the thing that I can white label to give people that they're like, holy crap, I don't even need to do the work to make my group valuable to my market. And it's like, these are the guys that I could help. Because I can build a master class that I charge for. It's like, if you just get it directly from me, I make money. If I give it to the people the affiliates, that I give it to them for free, I'm building my authority and my recognition with a whole bunch of people that I don't even know. I don't even need to know. That whole thing is a commercial for building a Facebook group, building an online church, building an online community, whatever. But those people then can have their customers and the churches that they serve in their local area are coming to this place, and I'm teaching them how to build great church volunteer teams. And like, I'm teaching them the stuff about community building and like how to run a team in a world-class way on the small scale for your local church. And it's like, those people will keep coming back to their group. I'm getting excited about this. And I haven't even found what I'm looking for yet. It's like, in the process of looking for something that was going to be useful for this, I just found potentially more money hiding under the rug.
What if that's going to be our life from now on? It's not about going out and creating a new opportunity. It's about realizing like, oh, there's this opportunity right there that I have that I'm not using.
Mm-hmm.
Let's use it.
Yeah, this is like the business, like the business side, the spiritual side of the business of like rummaging through the couch to find the quarters. It's like, oh, I didn't even know there's money. Oh, I found a 20 in my jacket pocket. It's like you have done stuff already that is valuable that you just have to like, now with a different set of glasses, you go and look and see, oh snap, this is valuable. Like, this is some seeds that I planted a long time ago that like, it's ready to bear fruit. So just go shake the tree. But you didn't have those, you didn't have those skills. You don't have the eyeballs to see that before. Okay, why am I looking manually when I can use? Can I bring? Okay, so it must not be on this thread then. Let me go back to the other one. Oops. $354 comments.
It's frustrating. I hate it when you're trying to like put an image and then there's like part of it that's cutting off like an arm. So it's like weird. So you need like full body shots, you know? But it's a really good picture. Like, look, aside from the fact that your arm is cut off, it looks pretty good.
Oh, snap. That looks like I actually know what I'm doing.
I know, right?
I should probably take some more updated, like get a haircut and then like use this shirt because it's all over the place. And
Yeah, or you can try like a few different shirts or
eventually,
whatever. More like
yeah. Once we
if you have like not full body, but like
Mhm.
you know, upper torso, so like mid thigh and up. So then we can kind of like put it on any background that we want.
Yeah.
But like this style of picture, like that one that I just showed you, like it looks really good. It's just the arm is, so that's kind of like what ruins it.
Yeah. All right. I will be back.
Yay! I'm having fun playing with the camera. Oop, ooh, oop, ooh. Ah.
All right.
It was funny while you were gone. I was just like, oop, 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 oop. So, wow, we've been talking for 5 hours, I think.
Wow.
Is there anything else we need to discuss? Just because it's getting to the point where I'm like really hungry and I don't really have any food, so I need to go buy food in order to prepare it and then eat.
Same. Yeah. I'm realizing I need to go eat something. Yeah. Well, let's go break for lunch. All right. Okay, before we go, let me just
Yep.
quickly write down what I need to actually do. Okay, I'm gonna do this in my to-do list.
Because I feel like everything we're just talking about on there can be done in a couple hours. 1 hour, you sit down, just like go through your list of like contacts and just like be like, all right, who do I need to send a message to? Send them, send them, send them, send them. And then the 12 people, it's just like, you know, keep doing what you're doing and reach out. And it's like clients are coming by themselves. So I don't think it's going to be to work. And I guess on my end, I'll just keep like looking at funnels, and like it's not necessarily about the appearance, because the appearance, like I've already mastered that. So now it's more like I just want to look at a bunch of funnels to the point where it's like I understand subconsciously how it works.
Yeah.
Because now I've like studied enough that I'm like, all right, there's these elements and everything, but it's like I want to get to the point where it's kind of like I can write, but I don't understand what I'm doing. It's just like I'm doing it and it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to get to that point. And I feel like the only way to do that is just look at a crap ton of funnels.
Yeah. Okay. So for video ask qualification form. I feel like if I did that one thing, that would be a big deal. Right. Message. Message people for calls. Oh, I need to update my calendar. I need to update my Calendly so that I can book people in these slots. So I'm gonna reach out to several people. I'm gonna try different variations of like, first I'll do like 2 or 3 and see if I can just get them to book a call based on I'm gonna help you for free. And then I'm gonna try, hey, I'm doing these like these what do you call it? Community assessments, or like helping you start a group. Like I've been doing these, charging like $300 or $200, like whatever it was that I was charging.
Or
I think it was like 100, $120.
to say how much you charge for it. It could be like, hey, I'm building out this course to help people launch, grow, monetize, and automate their Facebook group. And I want to help people and get feedback and make sure that I create something that's actually valuable. And I will not do this in the future, but for now I can come in and help you do this. And it's only $7. Like you don't necessarily need to say like it was like I normally would charge this much. It's like this is a limited time availability.
Yeah.
And I feel like by doing that, you're kind of like planting the seed of you're building this. So if ever you come back later, they're like, oh yeah, I remember he was building out something.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's what I want to do is.
That's good, because if we remember our 2 goals, it's like get testimonials and make sales. So you're doing both with this. You're planting the seed for a future sale, and at the same time, a testimonial. It's fun because like I get to watch you do this, and it's like I know that I would suck at this just because I don't enjoy these kinds of things. And it's like it's nice to be able to work together and like watch the other person do what they enjoy and get results, and at the same time do what I enjoy. And well, we don't get results yet, but once we build the funnel, then we'll get results. It's nice to be able to split the workload and not feel bad about it. You're like, you don't feel bad, I feel horrible.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess I should let you focus on that. I'll go buy some food, make some food, and then look at a crap ton of funnels.
Cool. See you later.
And let me know if there's anything else you feel like I should be working on or doing. Like, I'm just doing this because it feels like it's going to be a valuable skill later on.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's something else that we feel would be better, like I'm more than happy to do whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, if something comes up that feels like it's the right, I mean, honestly, I think one thing that will be really critical is the VSL format or script.
Yeah.
If we can figure out what makes those successful, and I think a lot of it is just talk about outcome, generate curiosity. I think that's all it is. I'd like to see multiple examples of those, but like if you have the perfect, like if there's a perfect VSL script or something that's like a 2 to 4 minute script that's
Yeah.
like, this is what you should follow, or funnel hack it and like generate our own version of it. I have my own idea of what it is, but like if we can just copy something that's working and then refine from there, I think that will be a really important asset for us to build for ourselves and then for the clients. Cause it's like, if we can figure out the formula for, you need to say these things in this order for people to raise their hand as soon as they come into your community, be like, oh yeah, I do need that thing, I'm ready to buy. Like you can make sales right away from those people who are already at that place where they're looking to get help. And then structure the rest of your community in a way that like continues to point them back to that thing to get them when they're ready again. It's like, that's what they see.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So I feel like I'll look at funnels and that's more like I know enough of the basics. That's now it's just a question of reading enough that I kind of instinctually understand what elements need to be where.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest is just like look at the VSLs and like take notes, like try to analyze why is this working? What are they covering?
Yeah.
Because the webinar, like it's already been covered in such like to such a degree that once we're at that point, it's just a question of going in and filling in the blanks. But I feel like that's what's lacking the video sales letter. It's like even the sales page itself, like they discuss it like an overview of it, but they don't go in detail of like, hey, this is what you need to cover, this, in this order, this is the message. Like, I feel like that's what's lacking.
Mm-hmm.
And I get like, that is the point of the like webinar, to sell the page, but at the same time, like, it would be good to know, to understand like what I need to put in there. So unfortunately, we need to do the work ourselves. But I feel like once we develop that skill, we're going to be leagues ahead of most other people.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I guess we have got a plan.
Cool.
This has been amazing as usual. And I was not expecting the whole point thing, but that was surprisingly, well, not just entertaining, but it's like I never considered that could be like a lucrative business.
Yeah, and I feel like that's gonna be like our mindset from now on. It's just like continuing to comb through like all the stuff that we've done and or are doing. That there's money there. Like we just need to like build out a few things for it to start catching the dollars that are there in the ether.
Oh. I was just Googling it while we were talking, like, perfect video sales letter script. And I came across an article that seems pretty good. And of course, now there's a pop-up that appeared. But it seems logical. They're like, here's the script. It's like, start strong and grab your audience's attention. Bring up the problem they have and explain why they need to fix it. Expand on why it's important to fix the problem. Use emotions to seal the deal. Present your solution. Make sure you tease in brackets. I mean, you don't have to tease in brackets, but that's what it says. Ramp up the details and highlight the benefits. Establish authority and credibility. Prove your offer. Add some urgency and a call to action. And then there's a list of things not to do. So like, don't make it too long. Don't make it too salesy. Like, make sure it's good quality video. Don't make it too cheesy, but it's like
Mhm.
this seems like pretty good information. So if we use that like kind of as a basis, and then I can kind of go through the VSLs and be like, all right, which of these elements are they hitting? Then we can start
Yeah.
to see a pattern. All right, I love research. That was sarcastic. All right, cool. Now I'm clear on what to do. Good.
Alrighty.
All right, well, enjoy your day. Thanks for the chat. And
Yeah.
let me know once you get, testimonials and interesting clients. Like, it's always nice to get like that message of, hey, I just got 2 more people.
Yeah.